Hello, everyone. Welcome. Let's see. I see Niverio, Chip, Russ. I've been chatting in chat for a little bit. I thought I had my little stream starting soon screen up, but it turned out that was not in fact the case. So I apologize to anyone who's surprised that the stream is about to start. Welcome Barbie and Casey, SPQ, Tirganis, Tall Cat I saw hanging out before, Finland. Let's see. Who else was I trying to... Leventicles I saw was hanging out there. So lots of people around. Nicholas, welcome. Oh, thank you, David. Yeah, I know Ranks just did Modern Romance, and I have not gotten to watch him doing it yet. I was playing Commander at the time, so I didn't get to watch it. But I will probably after this stream watch Ranks doing Modern Romance, and it will be fun. Hey, Christoph, by the way, I missed you when I was reading off names. Alrighty, I wanted to start by saying thank you again to all of our patrons. As I see the stream starting soon stream, I get to see them all. As I see the stream starting soon screen, I get to see them all and see this list ever growing and see all of you people who I recognize from chat. I really do appreciate those of you who support the stream in that fashion. I know it's really a sort of going the extra mile, but I really do appreciate it. It definitely encourages spending some more time on the stream and thinking about what other things we can do. Speaking of, we're currently in the middle of doing our first Zeta puzzle setting challenge. So we've been doing puzzles with no fives in various interpretations of puzzles with no fives. So we're going to continue doing that today. I don't think we're going to finish all the puzzles with no fives. Don't worry if yours is in there and we don't get to it. We will get to it. Welcome, Yablichka, by the way. But Wednesday, we're going to stream this gigantic puzzle that Clover has put together with the help of 70, 80, some other odd setters. So it is a connected grid of approximately a jajillion 6x6 Sudoku puzzles, each with their own rules and mechanics and other sorts of things. So a lot of them I know are very straightforward. A lot of them I know are less straightforward. So we'll see how that goes. I'm told that probably an 8-hour stream will not be enough to finish it. So I'm looking at this week probably doing a bonus stream on Thursday. I'm not committing to that yet, but I'm intending, because I know I'm not going to get through all of Caterpillar, and I know I'm not going to get through all the Fiveless puzzles, I'm intending to have a sort of bonus stream day where I sort of take care of that, and as sort of a thank you to all those people who've been subscribing on Patreon, and all of those sorts of things to do that. Welcome, Florent, by the way. Yeah, so that's my approximate plan for this week. I need to see exactly where I am in my research to decide if Thursday, but keep in touch. It'll be posted as soon as we know the exact day. Hey, Anne and gang. All right, so Niverio says if I manage it in 8, he'll be a patron. It's not going to happen. I am not a fast solver. I think the stream together is pretty good at solving pretty hard puzzles because someone in stream will see it. But I think in order to try and speed run Caterpillar, I think you'd need to be really good at the sort of filling in grid sorts of things. And I am just going to always be very slow at filling digits in grids. I don't think I've ever successfully completed a gas puzzle. Actually, sorry. I think twice ever have I completed a gas puzzle in the 1-hat time. And I've never completed one in the 2-hat time. I think if the challenge was just fill in the digits from 1 to 9 in every row in order, I don't think I could complete the, I don't think I could beat the gas time. We'll see. All right. But today is largely going to be taken up by doing the awesome Fiveless puzzles. By the way, if you did not see Wednesday's stream when I started doing the Fiveless puzzles, you should really go back and look. There are some really sweet puzzles in there of a bunch of different types. So I definitely encourage you to do that. Welcome, by the way, Ensig. I'm not sure if you is that Ensign? I'm now not sure if this is Ensign Fusen or exactly how I'm supposed to read this. But welcome. I'm not sure I have seen you around the stream before, so welcome. But yeah, so today we're going to do some more Fiveless stuff. That's the short version of the very long intro spiel that I just gave. I just looked at the clock and was like, oh my god, have I been talking for half an hour about this? But no, I have not. Yes, our stream is definitely the stream for content that is too hot for the Cracking the Cryptic channel to handle. So I have some that Tristan has flagged as being easier and some that Tristan has flagged as being harder. As it happened last time, we did all puzzles that were flagged as being harder. So there are a few that are like there's, for example, there's a Slitherlink in there that doesn't have any 5s in it, so it's a special Slitherlink. And so we'll get to those sort of as we do them. And so I sort of kept those so that I can end the stream at a reasonable time, so as to not start a puzzle I think is going to take 2 hours when I have an hour left to stream. But we'll see. Welcome, Andrew and Matthew, by the way. Okay, so here is one puzzle that has a very similar flavor to Ranksk and Jessica's puzzle, which I very much enjoyed last time, where this is a 5-less puzzle, so it's 8 by 8 because 5s have been removed. So a lot of ways of doing a puzzle without 5s involved doing an 8 by 8 grid instead of a 9 by 9. This is one of those. And it has Renbans in it again, which I appreciate very much because I think the people who picked Renbans both thought it would work well without 5s and also knew that Renban are one of my favorite Sudoku mechanics. So I appreciate that. So if you don't know what a Renban is, the digits on the Renban have to be consecutive, but in any order. So for example, these could be 5, 6, 7, but in any order. So in this instance, it would have to be something like 6, 5, 7. Just because of the 6 down there. I'm noticing I don't have conflict checker on, so we're going to put conflict checker on. And now it will tell me that doesn't work. Okay, but that is how Renbans work. And so the reason why that's particularly interesting in the context of there being no 5s is it gives me this sort of German Whispers parody element. Yeah, Renban look awesome. That is definitely a big part of why I like Renban. I'm definitely very driven by the aesthetics, and so, like, I think you will never find an uglier thing than a killer cage. I may have just used the forbidden digit. I am very bad I even deliberately tried to pick the numbers that were one bigger than the forbidden digit, and I did not succeed. But yeah, so I think Renban are among the prettiest, but you get this sort of German Whispers thing where the high digits, the 6, 7, 8, 9, can never go on a Renban with the low digits, the 1, 2, 3, 4. And so we're going to end up getting to do some coloring, I suspect, as part of solving this puzzle. All right. Oh, I'm not talking about the puzzles being beautiful, just literally the killer cages with the dashes and a number written in them. I think just the element in the grid, I think, is ugly. Tirganis was my statement. I think there are some where if you really step back from the grid, then you can see a sort of like there's a lovely pattern, like where there's some symmetry or whatever with the cages. But I think probably there is a way to draw something that communicates the same information as a killer cage that is prettier, at least to my eye. We're going to make this the bet cell. So note, you get to play Russian roulette here, except instead of having a 1 in 6 odds of losing, you have a 1 in 6 odds of winning. But same basic idea, because there are only actually 6 values, so I think that'll make this more fun. All right, so we have a bet that there's a 3 in the corner, a bet that there's a 7 in the corner. Have a bet for 4. Jessica seems to feel that that comparing the bet sell process to Russian roulette makes it less appealing, which I suppose I could see an element where that might be less appealing. Okay, so one thing that I am looking at that I think sort of is meant to draw the eye is this region, because every single cell on this region is on a Renban line. And in particular, one thing that means is that one of these digits is... Oh, interesting. Okay, so this came up in Rank's puzzle last time as well, Rank's and Jessica's puzzle last time, but I want to reiterate it because I don't think I really used it well at the time, and I don't think I really appreciated it. Normally with Renban, the digits 1 and 9 are very special, because as soon as you put a 1 on a Renban, you've locked in exactly what it is. So if this was a 1... then I'd know these had to be 2, 3. If this was a 9, I'd know these needed to be 7, 8. Okay. 1 and 9 are still special, but the thing I don't think I ever really appreciated last time that I used but didn't really articulate well is that in this puzzle, the 4 and the 6 are exactly as special, because if a 4 or 6 is on a Renban, because we can't use the number whose name shall not be spoken, then we'd have to go down. So if there was a 4 on this, it would have to go 4, 3, 2, and so on. Okay. So I think the thing we want to think about in the yellow box is I have to put all of the digits 1, 9, 4, and 6 in here somewhere. And noticing that in this puzzle, every Renban has length 3. And what every Renban having length 3 means is that no Renban can possibly contain more than one of these 1, 9, 4, and 6 digits. So in fact, every one of these lines contains one of 1, 9, 4, and 6. And so what that means is I get at least a little bitty pencil mark, because there's only 4 Renbans touching this box. This has to be a 1, 9, 4, or 6. Those are the only possible numbers that can end up going in here. Okay. Now, as I said, every length 3 Renban has to have one of 1, 9, 4, and 6. By the way, these are just my reminding you that 1, 9, 4, and 6 are the special digits. We can do that now here. Do I maybe want to do a weird coloring and color the 1, 9, 4, 6s in this puzzle? That is tempting, actually, to think about. But the sort of the natural thing to do here would be to do high-low coloring, as people are saying. Yeah, so Barbie is talking about, this is the first thing I remarked upon, was that every Renban's either high or low. So I'm going to mark this just to see if I can do anything interesting with knowing that this is either high or low. So I don't know whether yellow stands for high or low, but yellow stands for high or low. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if I want to color high and low, or if I want to color extreme and middle. Hey, Sam, welcome. The reason I think extreme and middle might be interesting is that I need to make sure I've put exactly one middle digit on exactly one extreme digit and 2 middle digits on every one of these things. Hey, Andrew, welcome. Good to have all of you here. Yeah, so Florent is suggesting, and I think this is probably reasonable, to color high, low, but then pencil mark middle, extreme. Let's see. People are talking about the caret. I now understand. Okay. So I thought the people saying something about caret were referring to a message above, but people, I think, are literally talking about this and saying, okay, color this thing, and then look at what it does somewhere in something. Yes, Thomas is suggesting to do both with a flash, which those of you who've watched much of me will know is well within my thinking to do both with a flash. Okay, so now... okay, so That's interesting. Okay, so here's the point, and so chat saw this right away. Good job on chat, by the way. There are 4 high digits and 4 low digits. So this caret eats 3 of the high or 3 of the low, which means neither of these Renbans can be the same parity as yellow, because if they were the same parity as yellow, the same high-lowity as yellow even, then that would not work. That would be too many. So these are the opposite high-lowity. So we can go ahead and we can color those as the green high-lowity. This will be the yellow high-lowity because now the box has 4 greens. And so now we can go here and color yellow, 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 because now this is all of those. And this is the extreme digit. These are the middle digits. Okay, so we're going to make this yellow black for extreme. We're going to make this yellow light gray. No, that looks terrible. Yellow gray for middle. These are both middle, which means this is extreme because there's only 2 yellow middle digits in the column. These are both of them, which means these are the middle yellow digits, like that. And so now we know there have to be 2 extreme green digits in this box. And so because there have to be 2 extreme green digits in this box, they have to each be on one of these, which means these are middle, not extreme. Is the yellow and the green annoying and not contrasty enough? I think if I don't use that, I could use yellow and purple. We could do yellow. Is yellow and purple better for people? Does that look better? That looks okay to me. I think I can tell the yellow and the yellow apart from the yellow and the purple apart. Yeah, so, by the way, I should mention, this puzzle is by Jakhob and Woofers, who has been, Woofers has been sort of appearing on Cracking the Cryptic lately and all these sorts of things, so all great. Okay, SPQ likes this better, okay. Yeah, and so, ultimately, this 1 and this 6 are going to have to do the work, as Sam is talking about, of disambiguating high and low in both separate sections. So normally, so this is really setter side commentary. So if you don't care about setting, you can go watch a short for 60 seconds or something while I say this. Normally in a Renban puzzle, no matter how many Renban lines you throw in a grid, you can never differentiate between high and low digits. That is, you could always exchange 9 and 1, 2 and 8, 3 and 7, and so on. In this puzzle, it's actually worse. You can never differentiate 1 and 4, or 6 and 9, and so on down the line. And so we have these 2 given digits, and so you'll see given digits in Renbans a lot, just to differentiate that. Okay, yeah, so there's additional symmetry. By the way, welcome, Yaday. I'm not sure if I've seen Yaday chatting before, but welcome to the chat. Feel free to share if you see anything going on in puzzles that I have missed, because I have probably missed lots of things. Let's see. I am noticing I have not done any n-chain puzzles, and I don't know what an n-chain puzzle is. Is an n-chain a setter, or is an n-chain a mechanic? I'm not sure. Okay, so some people like purple with purple Renban. Some people not as big a fan of the purple with purple Renbans. See, okay, so it's apparently a mechanic. Yeah, I do not know the rule set even. I am noticing that in this sort of horseshoe hook region, we've used all the middle purples. So if this cell is purple, it has to be extreme for whatever that is worth. See, you know where the middly digits, purple digits go on the other purple line. Okay, good point. Okay, so Jay has an excellent point, which is that I could subcolor these. And I don't think I actually need to subcolor them in order to reference this. This cell has to go in this squishy box. And the only place this cell can actually go in this box is here. So that is a mid digit. It's the same as that one. I don't want to sub-color them just yet. This is where I could get into letters if I had letters, although I don't think I am in the right version to have letters. Yeah, I don't have letters enabled. I'm going to hope I don't need letters. And I could do exactly the same thing here. This digit has to show up there in this box. So that's a middle, which means these are the two extreme purples. Okay, so extreme purplage or whatever. Yeah, I love that kind of deduction as well, Sam. I absolutely agree. Now the question is, should I actually subcolor that? Yeah, I'm gonna have... No, maybe not. Okay, I'm not sure yet if I need to subcolor that. Gorgeous. Okay, so yeah, so here's something that would be apparent from subcoloring that Niverio has just pointed out, which is that these are the four purples. Those are the two high purples. These are the two middle purples. So this cell sees all of them, so it's yellow. The bottom left line can't be yellow, says Barbie. This would have to be high. Got it. Okay, yes. Okay, Barbie's right. And this is gorgeous, by the way, Barbie. I'm very impressed for spotting this. Because it looks fine at first. It looks like, oh, well, there's one yellow left in this column, so I could place it, and then there's two yellows here. But it doesn't work. Because if I were to put a yellow here, it would have to be high. And then these would have to be middle, except I already have a yellow middle, so that doesn't work. So this is Barbie's spot. This is a purple. This is a purple line. Let's see. Trying to decide, do I now know if this is yellow or not? Because if this is purple, that would be all the purples for this box. That seems unlikely. Yeah, that was gorgeous though. That setting of the like actually it can't be yellow because if you consider the high and the low bits, then it doesn't work out. That was very cool. Let's see. Jessica says row 6, column 2 must be middle. Oh, right, because because both purple middles show up on every length 3. Okay, so I think I do have to start subcoloring. Okay, so what do I mean by subcoloring? I mean, I'm going to give this a color. We're going to call it orange. And so this digit here, it's also orange. It's the same digit. And so now this digit here, it's also orange. This is very much making me wish I had put on the version of this where I could use letters, but alas, it is much too late for that. Okay, so this is orange. Okay, so we can go ahead and we'll make that one blue. So that's blue. That was our observation to begin with. So now this can't be purple because if this were purple, it would need a blue on it. It would need a blue purple gray on it, and it can't have a blue purple gray. So this isn't purple. This is yellow because of the blues. Now this yellow gray needs to show up, and it needs to show up down here. Let's see. So we can reuse orange in terms of yellows. So this is orange. One of these two is going to be black. I don't know which one. I don't know about this one yet, I don't think. Let's see. This is the other middle. So by our convention, this is going to be yellow-blue, I suppose. This is the other middle digit. Let's see. I don't think I know anything about what color this is yet. Row 3 has 3 yellows. Row 3 has 3 yellows. Okay. Chip says row 3 has 3 yellows, and my immediate reaction is yes, I can count them. But that means this Renban can never be yellow, because these two would have to be yellow, and there aren't 5 yellows. So therefore, this is purple. And so now remember that purple-orange needs to show up on the line. So this is medium purple-orange. Let's see. Okay, so now that's 4 purples for the row. So this is yellow. And it's extreme because this region already has the middle yellows. So this is extreme. I'm going to get rid of this numbering for this particular moment in time, if I can. Oops. I undid my coloring too. I didn't want to do that. Okay, so now, where does purple-orange go in this region? And so purple-orange in this region can only go here. So that's cool. Purple-orange now has to go here in this squatty region, because purple-orange can't repeat on the Renban, can't go in those places. So this is also purple-orange. This Renban, I actually know, weirdly has an extreme digit on it, even though it's length 2, but it doesn't have one of the middle purples on it, and it doesn't have one of the middle yellows on it. So this length 2 Renban, I actually know, is a middle and an extreme. Purple, gray, blue, and the L shape. Is this the one people are calling the L shape? It must be, because I'm seeing now that purple-orange is actually placed here. Okay, so the thing people are calling the L shape is this one. I think of this as like a golf club shape, but wait, the top left. So this is purple as well. I don't think I know which purple it is yet. Let's see. The top right Renban is yellow. It sees both middle purples now. And since it sees both middle purples, and I can't possibly make one without one. Great point, by the way. Chat saw this and was saying it all kinds of ways, and I wasn't quite getting it because I was chasing around other things. But Egon saw this. Anyway, this is yellow. So it is a middle yellow and an extreme yellow. For whatever that is worth. Let's see. This has to be a middle yellow, because I have the 2 extreme yellows in the row. And since this is a middle yellow and it sees the orange middle yellow, this is the blue middle yellow, which means this is the orange middle yellow, which means this is the blue middle yellow. I fear the day is coming when we're going to have to subcolor the extreme digits as well. This is why you always change app to test before, because you never know if you're going to want to use letters. But I will never remember that either. Okay. So, yeah, one of these purples is extreme. One of them is the blue purple. Let's see. these two are the same. So I need to place this one. I don't think I know where yet. Okay, row 2, column 1. Let's see. Are we claiming this is a naked single, Nicholas, or what are we claiming exactly about this when you say that this appears to be that? Let's see. Olima says row 5, column 1. Got you this time, Olima. Oops, sorry. Is yellow, gray, orange in the region? Okay, yeah. Where is yellow, gray, orange? Yellow, gray, orange is not here or here. It's not purple. It's not there. Yep. So this is yellow, gray, orange. Got it. Thank you, Olima. Thank you for your persistence. Appreciated. There's a blue purple in that box already. Can we be more specific? Let's see. The last purple, gray, orange in row 8. We're almost we're out of purple, gray, oranges. Okay, great. So purple, gray, orange is not here, not here, not here, not here. Could be there, not there, not there, not there. Okay, yeah. So this is the purple, gray, orange. So yes, we have placed all the purple, gray, oranges. The power of coloring and subcoloring and subcoloring and all of those sorts of things. Yeah, one of these is yellow, blue. Row 3, column 7. This sees both of the middle purples in the box. Good catch, Matthew. So this has to be an extreme purple, which means this is purple-blue over here. Good catch, good catch. Okay. Oh, and that's all the... No, that's not all the purples. What is the purple? Oh, we're missing an extreme purple in this region. This extreme purple does not yet show up in the upside down hooky one yet. Let's see. Sarvesh says yellow, green. Yellow, orange, gray. Yeah, yellow, orange, gray goes here in this lower left region. How many yellow, orange, grays do we have left to place? We can't put it there, can't put it there. I guess it could go in any of these places, technically. And gray. Sorry, thank you. And keep in mind, I know these are black. I don't know whether they're purple or yellow, but I know they're black. So there are already 2 black cells in this bottom row, for whatever that's worth. At least. Okay. So these two are the same digit. Okay, so here's another thing, and this makes me think that I'm supposed to be subcoloring this, but whatever. This digit is the same as that digit by this region. That digit has to show up in the lower region down here, so it's there. So this is an extreme yellow. It's that extreme yellow, in fact. I really don't want to color the extreme yellows, but I will if I have to. These are yellow, that's yellow, that's yellow, so this is purple. This column already has 2 middle purples in it, so this is an extreme purple. I know that this is a middle and an extreme combo, and that one's already middle. All right, so where does this extreme purple go in this region? It has to go here. It's the only place. So this is an extreme purple. Okay. So that's all the purples for the region. So this cell's yellow. which is then all the yellows for the column. So this cell's purple. Do I know which purple? This is one of the extreme purples. Just by the column. This I know is one of the extreme yellows because this is... Yeah, because I have a middling yellow here. I have one middle yellow on this. So this is an extreme yellow. Okay. Someone has discovered that 6 is yellow, but I don't see how just yet. Okay, let's see. Yeah, one of these is yellow-black, but I don't think I know which one. Where is row 3, column 7 in the top right box? So where is this? Hey, Kay, welcome. Where is this cell in this sort of comma-shaped region? And the answer is it has to go in one of these two places. But if I chase this cell carefully, I'll realize that this cell is this cell, so it's not there. So this is where that purple goes. Good catch, Egon. I'm not sure if I've seen you chatting here, Kay, before, but welcome. And be sure to share in chat if you see something that I don't see, which is very likely. So now this cell here sees two extreme purples. So this is a middle purple. In fact, it's a middle blue purple if you look at the Renban. So this is an extreme purple. So now, yeah, those are the two extreme purples. Row 6, column 5. I did not count that correctly. Row 6, column 5. Oh, you're Mr. Menace. Oh, cool. Welcome. Maybe I have previously. I know you were here when we did your puzzle last, like a few times ago. But anyway, welcome, Mr. Menace. We have done your puzzles on stream before. Okay, so Niverio points out this is an extreme digit because of the column. All 4 middle digits are already gone in this column. So I agree with that. So this is an extreme digit. So that's extreme, and that's extreme. And this is Niverio's point. I know 1 and 6 are extreme, so that's actually 4 extreme digits. So these are not extreme. These are gray. I don't know their color just yet, but these are middling, which means that these two are extreme. Now, let's see. 50 live viewers. Excellent. Yeah, I'm really appreciating how, like, I'm not sure if you people probably do not watch this because you're, well, I was going to say you're not narcissists, but it's not your stream. But anyway, I like watching how the number of people who view has slowly gone up over time. Like when I started, it was already in the 20s, and I was super happy, but we're way over that now, which is exciting. Yes, Changeable, I have deep regrets about my coloring in this puzzle. I should have used letters. I really should have used letters. But all the links I have are links to the version of Cracking the Cryptic that doesn't have letters. And there's no way to sort of transfer progress over. So unless I immediately say I'm going to switch to the test version, then I can't use letters. And this would have been much, much, much nicer with letters. Apologies. This is all my fault. Like, oh, so many things. Yeah, where is blue purple in row 2? It's not in either of these. It's not there because of the region. It's visibly not any of these. So this cell's blue purple. Let's see. Yes, please remember to hit the like button. I greatly appreciate the likes. They are very helpful in helping more people find the stream. And then I get comments. I got a lovely comment that was a slightly more politely phrased version of how in the hell did this end up in my recommendeds? What on earth is going on? So those are always fun. Uh, so do that. Okay, column 5. Column 5 is almost done. Okay, so column 5 has 3 highs and 4 lows. Sorry, has 3 extremes and 4 middles. So this digit's extreme. Do I know what color extreme it is? I don't think I know what color extreme it is. Let's see. I am being told by Sam that I can place blue-purple in column 2. I agree. Blue-purple can't repeat in this region. Blue-purple's not extreme, so this is blue-purple-gray. Yes, welcome, Playmaker. Mistakes have been made regarding the coloring. Mistakes have definitely been made. Okay, so that's 4 purples for row 7. So these 2 cells, therefore, are yellow. Does that do me any good? Yeah, so that's 4 yellows for the box. Wait, sorry. Do I know if these are... Okay, so here's a complicated deduction that I think works. These are different colors. This is 1 extreme yellow and 1 extreme purple. So this is 1 extreme yellow and 1 extreme purple. Which means I have both extreme yellows in the box, so therefore this is medium, not extreme. And because of that, I know that this is blue. And so now, because of that, bouncing across, I know that this is an extreme yellow, because I've got both of the non-extreme yellows in the row. All right, so chat is... Yeah, so to summarize the coloring, there are high and low digits, which are irrespectively yellow and purple. And then within those, there are the 2 middle digits, which are colored in gray, and the 2 extreme digits, which are colored in black. And again, you have my extensive apologies. Okay, I have all the medium digits now in this lower left box, so this is extreme. And in fact, because I noted that this was 1 extreme yellow and 1 extreme purple, that makes this an extreme purple. Now I have both extreme purples in this row, so this is an extreme yellow. What is blue and orange? The blue and orange are subcolors, so the blue and orange are subcolorings of the middle digits. The gray purple is a middle purple, and then there are 2 middle purples, one of which is blue and one of which is orange. So that is the part where I should have used letters. I stand by everything up to the point where when I was subcoloring, and I could have used letters if I had letters. Can I figure out what's going on in this column now? I don't think so, but chat has a bunch of points. Last purple in row 7 is extreme. Yes, last purple in row 7 is extreme. Got it. Yellow fever in row 5, I am hearing. Yeah, because row 5 already has all of its purples, so we can throw in some yellows. Column 1 is resolved. Okay, I've got 3 yellows. The other purple digit I know is extreme. I don't think I see how to resolve column 1. Can I resolve this messy region? I don't think I quite can, as far as I can tell. Let's see. What about this? These yellows don't seem to see anything at all of value. See, row 4, column 1 is yellow extreme. Let's see. Okay, so I need to think about where does... Yeah, Right. This yellow no, this yellow extreme. This yellow extreme is that yellow extreme. These two are the same. So yeah, so those two are the same. Yeah, the not knowing whether these are yellow or purple is hurting us at the moment. Although it will eventually be very helpful. Let's see. What about this column? Yeah, we've got all the middles for this column. Let's see. So we've nearly, but not quite, placed all of the all of the purple, blue, grays. I'm highlighting the purple, blue, grays that we have placed. So we have to place a purple, blue, gray here and a purple, blue, gray here, which is unfortunately not helpful. Row 1, column 7. This region needs, says Barbie, a yellow, orange, gray. I agree it needs one. The yellow, orange, gray is not in any of those places. Okay, so the yellow, orange, gray is on this line. Do I know where it is? I don't think I do. Row 1, column 6. Row 1, column 6. Yellow, orange, gray in this region. Okay, so sorry. Let's see, do I know this cell? Yeah, so one of these two is yellow, orange, gray. And so is the point that tells us where yellow, orange? No, it doesn't quite tell us that information. And I can actually fill in. I do know that this cell's extreme, at least, just for the column. And I know this cell's extreme from the column. The nightmare of a Penrose tiling. Yeah, I have deep regrets about the coloring, but unfortunately, we may be too deep in it now. X-Wing on purple black in column 1 and 3, says Nicholas. Let's see, column 1 and 3, and we're looking at purple, orange, black. Sorry, no, we're looking at purple, black. Well, keep in mind purple, black is 2 digits. So we have to be a little bit careful with our purple, blacks. Okay. I agree that orange, yellow, green has to be... Orange, yellow, green. There is no orange, yellow, green. Orange, yellow, gray. I agree that orange, yellow, gray has to go on this stick. Up here. Because in this comma-shaped region, orange, yellow, gray has been ruled out just by Sudoku of every other place. So orange, yellow, gray is on one of these. And this is gray-black. That's right. This is a gray-black pair because we know that this middle yellow is gone. Okay, so where is it in the row 1, column 6 region? Okay, so... okay. So yes, so... Sorry. Barbie's been trying to get me to understand this for a long time, and I greatly appreciate their patience. Okay. Yellow-orange is up here in the comma-shaped region. It is ruled out by Sudoku of everywhere else. So yellow-orange is up here. So now where does yellow-orange make its appearance in this region? Well, not there, because it's here somewhere, and not there. It's none of these cells. So this is yellow, middle, orange. So this being yellow, middle, orange now tells me that this is the cell that's yellow, middle, orange, which tells me that this cell is extreme, and this is the yellow extreme cell. Let's see. Yeah, the Jackson Pollock nightmare is a good description of what has happened here. Although, for the record, Andrew has said he likes it. Where is extreme number 4? Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Okay. Sorry. Apologies if things stuttered a bit. Did I drop frames or anything? Doesn't look like it. My computer seemed to freeze for a second. The last extreme in row 1 has to go here because we've got all the other middles. Okay, Tom says the extreme purple in row 3, column 7. Where does it go in row 1? Okay, so where does this cell go in row 1? Got it. Beautiful. Okay, so Tom points out, because of this comma shape, or whatever, it can't repeat there. So this cell is purple. It's that purple. So that's both the extreme purples in column 2. So that's yellow. Remembering that this was a yellow and a purple, that's purple. That's both the extreme purples. So this is an extreme yellow. Okay, so that's all the yellows for row 4. So this cell is purple. And yes, this is purple and extreme for the row. Yes, if you bet that the bet cell would be purple black, you are doing you are doing well. Okay, these purple blacks in this column tell me that this is yellow black. That's both yellow blacks for row 1, so that's purple black. Now, someone said end extreme. Just a second too late for me to process it. Where was I at the time that we were saying end extreme? Oh no. Let's see. 1 is yellow black. Ah, right. 1 is yellow black. Perfect. Because of this column. 1 is yellow black. So 6 is purple black. Gorgeous. Okay. Now 1. Yes. So now this 1 is yellow. Got it. Okay. Gorgeous. All right. So that means we can go ahead and fill in if you want. And we will. This is the other low extreme digit. So this is a 4. And we can dance for the 4. That 4 is well deserving of an extended dance. Okay, so we're going to fill in. So that's a 1. Okay, so every yellow black is 4 or 1. So that's a 1. That's a 4. That's a 4. Let's see, these are, of course, 2 and 3, but I don't know in what order just yet. These are a 1 and a 4. Okay, let's think about coloring for just a second more, see if more appears. Yeah, I think we're probably pretty close to done. Oh yeah, this is in the same region. Good point. So that's a 4. This region here that I keep overlooking, that tells me that that's a 4. Which tells me that that's a 1 and that's a 4, which tells me that that's a 1. Now, oh, I haven't placed 2 yellow blacks in this this region. This has to be yellow black just to make the region work. And in particular, it has to be the 4 kind of yellow black. So that's a 1, which means that's a 4, which means yellow orange is a 3. So I can go find all of my yellow oranges and put 3s in. Let's see. There's a yellow orange. There's a yellow orange. There's a yellow orange. I'm going to try not to put any 3s in purple oranges. let's see. Okay. So, uh, so let's look at ones now. Yeah, I need 1, 1 in one of these two cells, 1, 1 in one of these two cells. Uh, this Renban needs a 4 on it. Because it can't have a 1 on it, so the 4 has to go there. So this is a yellow-black. This now has to be a 2, which, by the way, as soon as I knew, I should have done this before, as soon as I knew that orange-yellow was 3, I actually knew that blue-yellow was 2. So let's go ahead and fill in that all the blue-yellows are 2 while we're at it. Blue-yellow, blue-yellow, blue-yellow. Those are 2s. Okay. This is probably also a 2. I guess it's even colored correctly to be a 2, so I should not complain too much. Okay, let's do the same game that we just did with purple blacks. Okay, so in particular, starting with the bet cell. The bet cell is a 9 because the two purple blacks are 6 and 9. That's a 9 to finish the purple blacks. So that's a 6. That's a 6. That's a 9. Let's see. So that's a 6. That's a 9. Within this region, that makes that a 6, which makes that a 9. Let's see. This purple-black is a 9, so that purple-black is a 6, so that one's a 9. Let's see. I think we did pretty well on purple-blacks there, actually. Yeah, someone put purple-black in the corner. If I'd made the bet cell this corner, then all the people who bet 3 would have been in money, but sadly, I did not. Okay, so where is our disambiguating thingy thing? This one's a 6. There we go. So that being a 6 now tells us that this cell's a 7. So purple, orange, gray is a 7. So purple, orange, purple, orange, purple, orange, purple, orange, purple, orange, purple, orange, purple, orange. These are 7s. They go into the grid all over the place. And that's right. And purple blue is now going to be 6. No, is now going to be 8. 8. Purple blue is 8 in order to make this work. So those are 8. And there we go. That's the puzzle. Okay, I probably should finish filling it in from here, or people will be sad. Okay, this cell now can only be blue, yellow, and therefore it's a 2. So this is yes. So this is black, and so this is a 1. Yeah, we have to finish the coloring. The only debate is whether we do the coloring on stream or only publish it on the OnlyFans. That's the only debate about those. Yeah, this is a very nice puzzle. I really like this. The use of the sort of extreme and middle coloring here. Now, I will say, I think Ranksk and Jessica's puzzle made extensive use of the extreme and middle idea, and I just did not appreciate it at the time. And only at the very end of that puzzle did I sort of understand this kind of thing. So they deserve some credit for my understanding of this. Okay, 3 needs to go somewhere in this column, so it's there, which is yellow, orange, gray. But yeah, this is a very cool idea. Okay, this column is probably missing a color. Let's see, it's missing a purple. The purple that it's missing is the purple blue. And if I look in my index, purple blue is 8. So now this cell now has to be yellow, and it is yellow blue, and therefore it is a 2. Now I've got all the yellows for this column, so these 2 cells are purple. Now I've got all the purples for this row, so this cell is yellow. I've got all the purples for this row, so this cell is yellow. Let's see. Okay, so what purple is it? It is not... it's not 6 or 9 or 7, so this is the 8 flavor of purple. which is purple blue gray. So this is purple orange gray. No, not purple orange gray. This is... Oh, no, this is the other extreme purple. Sorry. This is neither medium purple, and it's not that. So this is the extreme purple 6. This is a medium purple. It is the medium purple blue. Sorry, it is medium yellow. The medium yellow blue. So this is a 2. And now we can color our last cell. So this is extreme to finish the column. So this is an extreme yellow. And what extreme yellow is it? It's a 1. And I think that's right. I don't know why it did not check. Let's check. What is it not like? It didn't highlight anything. Is anything actually wrong here? I hope not. It's a very nice puzzle, even if Cracking the Cryptic does not believe it. I'm surprised Cracking the Cryptic won't just do a regular 8x8. Is it complaining because of the fact that there's not a 5? I mean, that's a silly reason to complain. That should be happy. But whatever. So anyway, we will call that good. That was a wonderful puzzle. I really liked that. The idea was very clever. It felt very different from a regular Renban puzzle. Like, this is a different kind of coloring exercise. It was very, very clear what to do. So if you go back to the start of the puzzle, I think it's very clear that you're supposed to color this in 8 colors with 2 different dimensions. Maybe only 2 dimensions of colors, and then 1 of letters would have been better. But yeah, this is a great puzzle. I really recommend this one if you... I mean, I guess you just watched me solve it, but if you're watching this and have not watched me solve it, I recommend that you go solve this puzzle. Alrighty. So next up, we have Niverio's puzzle. The secret does not apply. So let's read the rules for this puzzle. And Niverio is in chat, so you can all wave at Niverio. Niverio is Orun in chat. Normalish Sudoku rules apply. We place the digits 1 through 9 in every row and column, except instead of 5s, we use 0s. It's not all Renbans, but this stream I'm doing puzzles that I ask people to make me puzzles without 5s. And since people were making me puzzles to do on stream and people know that Renban are one of my favorite mechanics, it means there's going to be lots of Renban floating around. But I think if you look, sorry, I guess you have to look ahead this far in my list of puzzles before you get to one without Renban. Because, well, Renban are lovely creatures. Okay, so we're going to have a similar thing going on, where there's going to be highs and lows. But in this case, the highs and lows are asymmetric, which is going to allow us, in this beautiful way, to break the symmetry on the German whispers. So Renban, as we went over last time, these have to be consecutive digits in any order. So if I put a 6, 7, 8 here, well, if you watch, maybe you'll get better, Yade. Hopefully you will figure out good techniques to use in Fiveless Renban puzzles that you find in the future. In general, I think there's lots of neat Renban things that you'll probably figure out from doing this. Yeah, so this is a 6, 7, 8 is a simple way of filling in this Renban, and they could be in any order. So the 8 could go in the middle with the 6 and the 7 on the outies. That's fine. And German whisper lines, digits have to disperse. Digits along a German whisper have to differ by at least 5. So if I put for example, a 7 here, then I could put a 2 here, or I could put a 0. And that would all work out. Now, just looking at this in advance, a thing I see is that just like the previous puzzle, the Renbans are all going to be forced to be separated into highs and lows. Except that unlike the previous puzzle, high and low are not the same, because there are 5 low digits and 4 high digits. And so ultimately, the way we're going to disambiguate, I think, what is high and what is low is by figuring out which of them there's 5 of, which is an awesome idea that I'm already very excited to play with. Also, last rule, digits can't repeat along this diagonal. Okay, so going with the high-low business, along a Renban, digits have to alternate between high and low. Sorry, along a whisper. Along a whisper, digits have to alternate between high and low. And I'm curious if this coloring this whisper line is a smart place to start. So I could do something like those are yellow and these are purple for low and high. Well, there's no 5s in the puzzle. So whispers still alternate, although as Taipon points out, that does allow some weirdness. So the low on the German whispers can be a 0, but 0 can still only go to 6 or higher. So if I were to color this, it would end up looking something like this, but that doesn't quite buy me anything, I don't think. Okay, actually, I think I'm going to start with this whisper instead, because this cell, I actually know all of those are the same color, because every Renban is monochromatic. So those will be yellow, these will be purple. I think, then this is on a Renban, so that'll be yellow. Okay, so what can we do now? Okay, so there's 3 yellows in this column, which is just enough to tell me absolutely nothing, I think. These 3 are all going to be the same color. But again, there's just enough wiggle room for that color to be yellow. Because remember, one of yellow and purple there's 5 of, and one of them there's 4 of. Oh, should I switch to test this time? Maybe I should switch to test before I want to use letters so that I actually can do it. So yeah, we're going to just repeat that coloring. Okay, and now when I want to use... now when I decide I want to use letters, I'll actually be able to use letters. Let's turn... Do I not have it? I thought it was on test. Maybe it's not on test anymore. Because I don't see enable... Oh, no, that's dark mode. I don't see enabling... Oh, enable letter tool. There we go. Okay, back. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now we have letter tool. Okay, so this time we can maybe color with letters. We'll find out. This 3-cell whisper could just go yellow, purple, yellow, I think. Unfortunately. Now, I do know that these Renbans, when I have these, they can't be the same color, because that would be 6, and there's only 5 of something. Actually, I know these are different colors, don't I? Yeah, because if these were the same color, that would make at least 6 of something. So these 2 Renbans in box 4 are different colors. Does that tell me anything? Like what color this cell is, maybe? Or anything like that. Let's see, if these were yellow, then these would all be purple. If these were purple, who knows? But I completely agree with the suspicion about this being really important, but it just doesn't quite get me there. I need one more piece. The Renbans in pack box 7. Okay, so I know that these are 3 of each. And so what is being pointed out, so Changeable is pointing this out. This is 3 yellows and 3 purples in some order. This is 3 yellows and 3 purples in some order. So these digits are 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 of the higher one. And 1 of the one that there's 5 of. And these are 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 of the one of the ones that there's 5 of. Sorry. Words. So whatever parity this is, whether it be high or low, this cell is the one that there's 5 of. So this is 1 high and 1 low, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to explain it, and then it's going to confuse people, but I'll explain it again. I use this sort of dash to indicate that I know that this domino consists of 1 high and 1 low, and this domino consists of 1 high and 1 low. So I've already eaten 1 high and 1 low, 1 high and 1 low out of this. Wait, did I do that wrong? I feel like I've broken it. Because now this has to be 3 of the same one. Does this not have to be 1? Okay, I want to go over this again because I think I've screwed this up. Okay, so there are 3 highs and 3 lows here. Okay, I want to go over this again because I think I screwed it up. There are 3 highs and 3 lows here. So here there is 1 purple, 1 yellow, and 1 of whichever there's 5 of. And this one, in these 3 cells, there's 1 yellow, 1 purple, and whichever there's more of. So if this isn't the one that there's more of, then we have a problem, right? Or do we? Maybe I'm wrong. I guess no, never mind. Sorry, I'm completely wrong. This could be anything. It's fine. It's just going to affect these. But what I know is these together, these 3 are 1 yellow, 1 purple, and the higher one, and this is 1 yellow, 1 purple, and the higher one. But these 3 are the same. And so, of course, if... Okay, so these 3 are the same. Does it work if they're yellow? If these 3 are yellow, that's 4 yellows for the box. Which now means that in this row, I need 1 yellow. And in this column, I need 1 yellow. But that doesn't work because of the math. And so here's the math again. So if these are yellow and yellow is low, I'm done with yellows. And now these are all purple, and I've got 6 purples in the bottom row. If I do this and yellow is... if I do this and yellow is actually instead the one there's only 4 of... Sorry, instead yellow is the one there's 5 of, well then remember I need to put 2 of them down in this bottom row, and I've still put 6 of them in here. So what that means is this is never yellow, it's always purple. Yeah, it means the boomerang is purple. That's what I was arguing, and I was trying to sort of carefully explain, and apologies if I did not do this well, I was trying to carefully explain why yellow on the one hand, why it didn't work if yellow was the color that there were fewer of, and it didn't work if yellow was the color there were more of. Okay, and so now we ask the question, okay. Again, there are 3 highs and 3 lows taken up in row 9. So whatever there are 2 of is the high thing. But it could go yellow, yellow, purple, yellow, yellow. Or it could go yellow, purple, yellow, purple, yellow. I think both of those are fine. I don't think this is restricted at all, is my conclusion. I was completely convinced I knew what this was, and I don't think I have any idea what this is. But maybe I do, but I don't... I don't think I do yet. Yeah, there are more low than high. I agree. Yeah, there are 5 low digits, but this digit's counted twice changeable. So because this digit's counted twice, when I change what digit this is, I can change which way the math works out, I think. Uh, uh, yeah, there are two highs down here. I agree. There are two highs in here. I agree. And so the question is that 4 total highs? In which case high is yellow. Or is it 3 total highs? In which case then, oh, high is never purple? Is that the point? No, sorry. Low is, sorry, lows. Sorry. I said highs and I meant lows. So there are 3 total lows in these cells. No, there are 2 total lows in these cells. There are 2 total lows in these cells. Okay. I can either do this, make all of those low, in which case yellow is low. Or I can put the lows like this, in which case now there are only 4 lows in the box, which does not work. Okay, so this is the key. If I organize it like this, where I put one low, if I put one of the lows here, yeah, this is very confusing to articulate, but I think I see what's going on here. If I put one low here, now there's only 4 lows in the box, except there need to be 5 lows in the box. And so what that means is this is not correct. I need to be putting lows in all of these places in order for this to possibly work. And in that case, I need low to be yellow, which means this is purple. And in particular, it means if you want, I can get rid of the yellow right away and replace the yellow with blue and replace the purple with orange. All right. So, and now we have to remember there's 5 blues in every row and column and 4 oranges in every row and column and box. Okay. So that means this Renban can't be orange because there's only 4 oranges in the column. And if this were orange, this would be broken because I know this whisper has 1 of each. So this is blue. Now there's way too many blues for this Renban to be blue, so it's orange. And now that's all the oranges for the box, so that's blue. Now for the column, oranges are done, so that's blue. Now for this column, oh, I already broke it. How did I break it already? Oh, no, this is a whisper. Sorry. I was thinking this was a Renban, and I was briefly terrified. No, this has to be orange with blue in the middle. Not the other way around, because I need to put 2 more oranges in this column. I know 1 blue and 1 orange go on this whisper line, so this needs to be an orange in order for that to work. Okay. Now... this row's whisper, I can again figure out. I need 2 more oranges in the row, so they have to go there with the 1 more blue going there. This length 3 Renban can't be orange because that would put 5 oranges in the box, and there are only 4. So that's low, that's high. That's the rest of the highs for this box. So that's blue. Now there's too many blues in this row for this to be orange. Sorry, for this to be blue, so this is orange, and that's blue. Okay, so that sorts out all that coloring just basically for free. Let's see. Yeah, these 3 cells are either all blue or all orange, both of which are quite interesting. But I don't think I know which yet. I know this has one orange and one blue, so that's almost all the oranges for this column, but not all the oranges for this column, unfortunately. Let's see. I am being told if they're all blue, it breaks orange in box 5, or it breaks oranges in row 5. So if those are all blue, right, okay. If these are all blue, then that means the rest of the box is orange, which means there's 5 oranges in row 5. So that's not going to work. So these are not orange. Sorry, so these are not blue. They are orange, which means that these are blue. Got it. That was a very clever spot for those of you who saw it. So that is now 3 oranges on the diagonal. We're almost there. There needs to be one more orange in this box somewhere. If I put that one orange in this row, it does not work. Because if I put that one more orange in this row, then now this has a blue and an orange. So I can't. So I have to make that orange and this orange and these blue in order for that to work out. Now, this column, yeah, it's got an orange and a blue. Yeah, that wasn't super helpful. This Renban can't be orange anymore because there's already 3 oranges in the column. So those are blue. That's blue. That's orange. That's 5 blues already. Sorry, that's 4 blues already. I can only put 2 more oranges over here. So the last blue is over here. And therefore, that's orange, which makes that blue. In fact, actually, I could have just said that in this row there were already 4 oranges, so I could just do that. So that's orange. That's the rest of the oranges for this row. So those are blue. Let's see. Yeah, this is one of each. There's 4 oranges in column 9 has been called. Thank you, Changeable. So that is blue. Now there's 5 oranges in row 1. So now these are all orange. That's blue because it's across a whisper from an orange. That's orange to finish the box. These are orange to finish the box. And now that's orange. And that, therefore, is also orange. Yeah, and we didn't even need the diagonal. Yeah, the diagonal was completely irrelevant for that, actually, which is interesting. Okay, so now we get to start thinking about how we're actually going to color, or sorry, how we're actually going to start lettering things. Or maybe we won't even need letters. Maybe we can just go straight to numbers. So this digit here, I know is a 6 or a 9. Because of this string over here. So let's see. Is there another thing? Is there another orange that's definitely 6 or 9 that's on the diagonal? That would be nice. Yeah, 3-cell blue Renbans always have a 2. I agree with Changeable that because of their length. Likewise, these always have a 7 and an 8. Can place the 6, 9 in boxes 4 and 8. Good point. Okay, so rather than caring about what this digit is, Let's place it in box here. So this 6, 9 goes here in box 8. And it goes here in this box. So these are all the same digit. Let's go ahead and give them a flash. So that digit is showing up in one of these places. Let's see if... Is there a problem if this digit is 6? If this digit is 6, it would make all of these digits a 1. Is that a problem? Not that I immediately see. Box 9. Yeah, box 9's black flash is going on here. Oh, or 0, right. The 6 isn't even restricted on a whisper in this puzzle. Right. Thank you for pointing that out, chat. Yeah, 6 on a German whispers is no longer interesting. Yeah, the black flash is over here somewhere. The black flash is down here somewhere. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna buy anything out of this just yet. I guess so. So this is a good point. Okay, so this is Changeable's point. You actually, I didn't think it was going to get us anything, but it actually does get us something to observe that, in fact, every length 3 Renban has a 2. Okay. And so that means that this digit here has to be the 2. What letter do we want 2 to be? Let's see, should we make 2B so we don't get confused? Could make that a B. No. B. No. There we go. All right, so remember that B is 2. Let's see. So, let's see. Okay, we're not really going to make it a B. But yes, digit dance. Yeah, so I'll note there's this recurring deduction that whenever you have a long enough Renban out of few enough digits, you can place a digit on it somewhere. That is, I would say, 75% of the time not useful, but this is one of the times when it was definitely useful. Okay. So yeah, I know one of these is a 0 or a 4. Well, I know that this one's not a 4, at least. I know this one's not a 2. So I know the 2 is over here somewhere. Welcome, by the way, Julius. Not sure if I've seen you here before, but feel free to point out if you see anything in the puzzle. Oh, Niverio gave us a bet cell, and I just didn't tell anyone. Row 2, column 4. If you believe me, you'll bet for a high digit. But if you don't believe me, you'll bet for a low digit. 4-cell Renban. The 4-cell Renban. Yeah, the 4-cell Renban, in fact, needs a 3, although I don't want to pencil mark that. It definitely needs a 1 and a 3. I just don't want to pencil mark it. Yeah, so is it broken enough if black is 6 is the question. So if black is 6, then this has to be a 0 or a 1. And that has to be a 0 or a 1. And that has to be a 0 or a 1. But I mean, they could all be the same digit. Place it there, and that seems fine. Where's 3 in row 9 in box 9? This could be 0, 1, 2, keep in mind. So I could do that. So yeah, I could put the 3 over here and make this 0, 1, 2. Yeah, 4s are still hard to put on Drone Whispers. 6s have lost all of their power, but 4s are still interesting. So if I wanted to, so I can't possibly put a 4 here, for example, but I could put a 4 there. I can't put a 4 here. There are a handful of places I can't put 4s, but there are unfortunately still lots of places I can put 4s. Yeah, so Jaren, Garion probably, points out that the black flash orange is actually on one of these as well, just for the box. Feel free to tell me how to pronounce your name. And by the way, welcome. I'm not sure I've seen you chatting before. The black circles here, or sorry, the black digit is in one of these 3 cells. So if it were on one of them, it's also going to make one of these 0, or it's going to make at least one of these 0 or 1. See, Russ says that orange-black can be placed because of the diagonal constraint. It is a good point about the diagonal constraint. I should not ignore the diagonal constraint. But how do I know which of these 2 is orange-black? Isn't it completely symmetric? Where is that cell in row 4? Let's see. Oh, hey. Yeah. Where's that cell? Okay, yeah. So that's a good point. Russ saw it a different way, but I'll go with this way first, and then I'll explain Russ's way. Row 4 needs a blacky orange cell. It's not there. It's not here because it's there. It's not there because it's on the diagonal. So this is the black orange cell, whatever digit it happens to be. Now, Russ's way of seeing it was actually to ask, where does black-orange go in box 6, and observe that because of the way that highs are distributed, it has to be here, which rules it out of here, which places it over here. Either way you want to do it works, of course. That is a really nice catch to those of you who caught it. Both ways that it was caught, I think both are cool. And now the nice thing is it places black-orange here, exactly, in the column, because now I need to put a black-orange in box 2, so it's going to go there. Oops. Let's see. Does that get us any more? Yep, it places it here. Up here, now continuing our path. Column 9. Ah, yeah, good point. Good catch. Good catch, Luke. Column 9 needs an orange-black, and it can only go there. So this is orange-black. Great spot. Now, because of this orange-black, I can actually go ahead and fill in that this digit actually can only be 7 or 8, for whatever it's worth. Now, this 7 or 8 has to go there in this box. So this 7 or 8 is that cell. Let's see, I probably should give this a color as well. We're going to go ahead and do that. We will switch to letters if this starts getting egregious, but at the moment I actually have numbers putting in for them. So at the moment, I think it's more helpful to have the actual numbers representing them. Let's see. Okay, so the last blacks, I'm told, are placed by the diagonal. So one of those two. Yes, this one needs to be here. Because otherwise I'd break the diagonal. And now this one needs to be here in order to do that. Oh, hey, Franco. Welcome back. Glad to have you back always. And glad to have all of those of you who I haven't seen chatting before. I know many people sort of lurk for a while before they chat, so I know you might have been watching for a while. But it's great to see you in chat. And if this is your first time, whether you're chatting or not, it's also great to have you here. Okay. This gray goes there. So I actually know this gray goes on this whisper line, so I actually know something about this, I suppose. Oh, hey, Math Pesto, welcome. We're trying to solve this this somewhat challenging Niverio puzzle. Row 6, column 6, says Olima, appears in row 4, column 1. Right. These two cells are the same cell. That is a smart observation. Unfortunately, I don't know if that cell is gray or not. Do I? I don't think I do. Oh, wow. No, I do. Because orange gray can get placed on the diagonal. Wow, Russ, that is nice. Okay. So yeah, I need to put orange gray on the diagonal. Where's it going to go? Well, it's not going to go there because it's in the box. It's not going to go there because it's the place of the one other orange gray I know about, and this is the only other place. That is great. Okay. So now that we know about that, now Olima's point is gorgeous, which is that this cell, whatever digit it is, we'll try making it a letter. We'll make it an A. Oh, I have to actually click. We'll make it an A. This cell gets repeated over here. It's not the gray or black orange. It's a different one. It's the A orange. So we can ask questions like, where does the A orange? You can wish a color. You birthed this digit, so you can color it however you want, Olima. Sorry, I think I made that more weird than it needed to be, strictly speaking. But you can still pick the color. Or a letter if you prefer. We could make them O's if you want them to be O's in your honor. It's definitely over here. Okay, so the cell formerly known as A will now be known as yellow in Olima's honor. Let's see. So can we do more with yellow? I know yellow is in one of these two cells. I know yellow is in one of those two cells. Where is yellow on the diagonal? Do I know? I don't know yet. Okay, let's see. Now Derek is asking about the other one. Where is that in column 6? Okay, so these two are now the same. So we'll make those A's until Derek chooses a color for that cell that is in those two places. Yeah, the A is going to show up in one of these two places. A has to show up in one of these two places. Yeah. I could corner mark these with A's. I mean, there have been some just gorgeous, like, hidden singles to advance this coloring, Niverio. Apparently none of it was intended, but that's okay. We're finding our own way. Okay, so we're going to make A green in Directionary's honor. We'll honor him both for noticing that these two cells are the same color, but also for being our thankless mod of the channel for all of these weeks and months as the channel has been growing. So thank you, Derek. We will make these green in your honor. Let's see. Steriliv is noticing that these two Renbans have to be different. Or is it these two that have to be different? Let's see. Let me read the comment carefully. Yeah, the blue one, right. The digits on, so this is Steriliv's point. The digits on this Renban, where do they go in box 7? Well, one of them is a 2, it goes there. The other two go here. And so neither of those appear on this Renban. And so one of these Renban has to be 0, 1, 2, and one of them has to be 3, 4, 5. Sorry. 2, 3, 4. I mentioned a digit that doesn't even exist. So yeah, so one of these has to be 2, 3, 4, and one of them has to be 0, 1, 2, because that's the only way I can make it so that the only overlapping cell between these two is 2. Okay, so that's very interesting. Okay, so if I try and make this 0, 1, 2, then I'd have to make these 3, 4, and that just outright breaks immediately. And this Sterilev was pointing out. If I make this 0, 1, 2, let me just show you what happens. Then I have to make these 3 and 4. Now, I'd better make this the one that's 4, because if I make this 4, it breaks immediately. But now this has to be 3, and now there are not 2 digits I can put in these cells. Okay, so in fact, this is the 2, 3, 4 flavor of Renban. This is the 0, 1, 2 flavor of Renban, which means these two cells are a 0, 1. These two cells are a 3, 4. That was a great spot, Sterliv. Great thing to save for what I think was your first time talking in chat. But yeah, that was a really nice catch. So now that's 0, 1. These are 3, 4. Ah, gorgeous. Okay, these are 3, 4, and we get a digit. Because now that can't be a 4. So it has to be a 3. That's a 4. And that makes this an 8, 9 pair, which now makes our flashed cell a 6. And so we now get all the digits. Let's see. Uh-oh. Olima thinks we broke it. Couldn't it be 1, 2, 3 in box 1? It can't be, because I need to make sure that these two Renban have only 1 digit in common. The reason is because if you think about any digit that these two Renban have in common has to go in exactly this cell. And so since there are only 5 total blue digits, I need to use all of them between these two Renban, which means I have to use the 0 somewhere. Uh-oh, I've left out... No, 2 in box 7's already placed. Oh, sorry, you're saying it was left out because people were wanting to digit dance again again when we already digit danced for the 2. Okay, so I think now we can get rid of the black flash since we now have that. Okay, and so now that's going to do lots of things. So these are all 0 or 1. By virtue of being whispering a 6. This is now a 3 or a 4 from the column, because I've got a 0, 1 pair and a 2. This is a 0 or a 1. Just because it is. So... Wait, I put a 4 and I meant a 1. It's like, this definitely isn't 4. It feels very un-4-ish just looking at it. Okay. These are 2, 3, 4. Hey, San Fran Sam, welcome. I love the alliteration in the screen name, by the way. Yeah, we're doing a very comparatively sane coloring compared to what we did in the last puzzle. Let's see, sets 2 in box 9. Into the 0, 1 is a 1. Oh boy, I am. Clean up the pencil marks on row 8, column 8. Ah, got it. Okay. Thank you, Andrew. Okay, yes. The 6, once we placed it, gave us that it had to be next to a 7. So that's also a 7. So now we can lose the gray coloring as well. Okay. So 6, 7. Okay, so these are from 8 and 9, whatever they happen to want to be. 4 in row 7 has to go somewhere. Ah, good point. 4 in row 7 has to go somewhere. It has to go here. Which means that that's a 3, which means that that's a 1. That was the string that chat was trying to get me to see for a long time that I was not seeing. This 3 comes down here, gives me that that's a 4, and that's a 3. And yeah, I definitely love coloring. I am always happy anytime I can color, and I will often make excuses just to start coloring things just because. Okay, now these are from 0, 1, 2, 3. That's not quite enough for me to know. Let's see, 8, 9. Oh, I know there's no 0 on here anyway, so this is from 1, 2, 3. So I do know, actually, that there is a 0 in this column, for whatever that's worth. Over here. Row 7, column 6. Yep, this is a 0 or a 1. This can't be a 0, because if this was the 0, then I'd need to put a 1 here, and I can't. So therefore, this is a 1, and that's a 2, and that's a 0. This is a 2, 3 pair. That now is a 1, and that's a 0. Just by magic, like you do. Why couldn't row 6, column 5 be a 0? Okay, let's go back. Why could not row 6, column 5 be a 0? Oh, it could be a 0. Sorry. Good point. Okay, this can be a 0. So this is a 0 or a 2. This, though, is still a 0. That's a 1. That's a 0. This is a 2, 3 pair. That part I stand by, but you're right. This could be a 0. We have an 8, 9 pair in row 7, which has made this a 7. Also, we made gray a 7 a while ago, and we just somehow didn't fill it in. But we won't talk about that. We talk about lots of other things. So this is an 8, 9 pair. Down there. Okay, these are, of course, 7, 8, 9. That one's not 7. The Renban in box 4 needs a 1. The Renban in box 4. Okay, this needs a 1 because if not... because it's from 0, 1, 2, owing to this 3. And so, okay, so Derek's point is correct. The act chops off the possibilities and makes this only from 0, 1, 2. And so therefore there's a 1 on it. Which makes that a 0, which in fact then immediately makes this a 1, 2. which makes this a 0 and that a 1. I don't think that went well. It makes that a 0 and that a 1. This is now a 4, just to finish the box's blues. So that 0 and that 4. This now has to be a 1 because it's next to a 6 on a whisper line, and the only two things go next to a 6 on a whisper line, which are 0 and 1, but it can't be a 0, so it's a 1. So this is a 2-3 sort of Renban. These are a 0 and a 4. Well, that one's not the 4. That one had better be the 0, so that's the 4. So that's not a 4, which then gives us a 2-3 pair in the column, so that's not a 2 anymore. So now this is a 0 or a 1, and I know which it is from the diagonal. The 1 tells me that this is not a 1, so this is a 0. So that's a 1, a 1. I'll hit the right key eventually. So these are not 1. That 0 sees down and tells me that, in fact, that's the 2, and that's the 0. Someone was telling me something about Sudoku. It may have been related to that. That's now a 3. Looking at blues on the diagonal now, we've got a 1. Uh-oh, we've got 2 1s. Oh, this was just supposed to be a 0, and I just typed the wrong number. Is that what happened? Yeah, I was just supposed to make this a 0, I think. 0, 1, 2, 3. So that's the 4. Boy, I wish every time I did Sudoku, I had 50 people in chat yelling at me every time I made a mistake so that I did not continue to go on from there. This 3 tells me that that's, in fact, a 2. So that's a 3. That's a 2. The 2 can't connect to the 3 anymore, so it's got to connect to the 1. 0, 1, 2, 3. That's got to be a 4. Okay, these are not 2 anymore. Okay, these are from 2, 3, 4. Just for the row. Which means that this is a 0, 1. But it's not a 1. So it's a 0, and that's a 1. Let's see. Oh, there's a 7 in box 3, I am being told. Gorgeous. Okay, great spot, Chili. So 7 is not repeating on the diagonal, nor does 7 whisper 3. So 7 can only go there in this box. And so now that lets us place 7 here in the column, because I need to put a 7 in the column. Now 7 can't go next to 6, so that's an 8, and that's a 9, and that's an 8, and that's a 9. And that's an 8 now, and that's a 9. That was a great spot, Chili. That 9 bounces all the way down to make that an 8 and that a 9 across the diagonal. Let's see. Okay, this sees 6, 7, and 9, so it's an 8. So that's a 9. This sees 6, 7, and 8, so that's a 9. So these aren't 9 anymore. They're a 7, 8 pair in some order. Looking across here, that's now a 9. That's an 8. I see that I had marked these as yellow, so as soon as I knew that yellow was 8, I should have been able to place that. Green was 9, but we don't need to keep that. This is probably a 7. Take your pick as to why that's a 7. You have many options. This 1 comes over here and says that's a 2 and that's a 1. Nicholas points out that 0 is placed here in box 5. These two squares are a 2 and a 3. I don't think I know the order somehow. It's very sad. But that does tell me this cell's not a 2, because if this cell was a 2, it would make these a 2, 3. That doesn't work. So in fact, this is a 3, 4 pair, which makes that a 2, that a 3. This is a 2. Let's see, if this were a 4, this would have to be a 9, and it can't be. So that's a 3, that's a 4, and this is an 8. 8 is the only non-9 thing that this can see. The bet cell, which means we must be close to the end of the puzzle, is a 7. 6, 7, 8, 9. 6, 7, that's an 8. That's right, I actually, for the first time ever today, when I submitted the puzzle to Ranks that Ranks did on his stream today, I actually included a cell to make the bet cell. which is something I literally never think about, but somehow for modern romance I thought about it. So I hope those of you who bet enjoyed the bet cell that I chose. And that is the puzzle, maybe. Oh, except for that part. It doesn't like that part. So that's a 4. That's a 3. That's a 2. How about now? Do you like it now? It still doesn't like it. Okay, I think it doesn't like puzzles that don't have 5s in them because it's paid by the 5 lobby, which explains who is supporting all of the CTC app development is the 5 lobby. In all seriousness, though, Sven has a Patreon where he has people support him improving the software. I think this software is really great, and it's always getting better. I really encourage you, if you're looking for other Sudoku-related people to support, I really encourage you to look up Sven's Patreon. It is it is a very reasonable thing to support, especially since Sudoku is such a cheap hobby. It's lovely to do that. So anyway, you can support that. This is a great puzzle, by the way. This is really nice. I really love the idea of having 5 and 4 between low and high so that you could disambiguate them without givens is genius. So we've seen a whole lot of different takes on the idea of using Renbans and puzzles without 5s, but this idea of sort of setting it up so instead of making it an 8x8, we divided them with a river that was asymmetric. That's really interesting. So I like that puzzle a lot. I'm going to take a very quick break, and then I'll be right back. But thank you again to all of my wonderful patrons who've supported this channel. Greatly appreciated. If you could take a moment, if you haven't liked the stream or you haven't subscribed to the stream, if you could take a minute to do so, it would really make my life better. But I'll be right back. Hello, everyone. I asked Tristan to put a link to Sven's Patreon in the chat, so hopefully that will come soon because a couple people are asking if they or how they could go about supporting Sven's Patreon. So that will be there soon. Alrighty, next puzzle we have is by J.C. Godart. Trying to remember, we did one just absolutely phenomenal J.C. Godart puzzle on stream a while back that I just loved, and I can't remember what it was. I'm sorry. I've done a lot of puzzles. But anyway, J.C. Godart is an excellent setter. I'm sure this will be fun. So here are the rules for this puzzle. So these may start to sound familiar, but these are Renban. And so these digits form a non-consecutive, or say a none. They're consecutive in any order. I'm going to remember to switch to test. I did like the non-consecutive knights puzzle a lot, but I did the non-consecutive knights puzzle because of another JC Godart puzzle that I'd done before. Probably there's a link somewhere to the zetamath catalog, so you can see all the puzzles that I have done. You could probably find it there. Okay, so the Renbans are consecutive digits in any order. So we could have 6, 7, 8, 9 like that. In any order, it's fine. Except that in this puzzle... Oops. Sorry. Except that in this puzzle, we also have to be mindful that adjacent digits are not allowed to be consecutive. So although all of these collectively have to be a string of consecutive digits, they cannot actually be next to each other. So they can't be in order. So I'd have to do something like 6, 8. Well, I already broke it. You have to figure out a way to put them in order that does not break them. Also, we have these black dots, and we know how much I love black dots. The black dots here are in a ratio of 1 to 2. So, for example, this could be a 4 if that's an 8. That is fine. Okay, so I'm going to start by gratuitously marking what the black dot possibilities are. 2, 4, 8, and 3, 6 are the black dot possibilities. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I want to remind myself that in this puzzle, I can't put 1, 2 on a black dot. Okay. Now, this black dot actually has to have only low digits on it. And the reason I know that is because if I put a low and a high digit on it, then my Renban would breach the low-high boundary that has been created by the removal of 5. So this is from 2, 3, 4, and in fact, as soon as I remove the 6, this is actually a 2, 4, as chat has been quick to point out. Oops, sorry. I'm somehow having a difficult time finding the position that I was in beforehand. There we go. Okay, I think I'm now roughly centered on the chat. Okay, so if this is a Renban that involves the digits 1 through 4 or 6 through 9, well, these have to be a 1-3 pair. There is no other option. So that's not a 3, which means that's not a 6. Now, why can't it be 3, 6? It can't be 3, 6 because it's on a Renban, and there's no 5s. And so if I wanted to make 4 consecutive digits with no 5s, I can't connect 3 and 6. No, the 2's not next to the 1, 3. Barbie. I was excited that the 2 couldn't be next to the 1, 3, but the oh, do you mean in this box? Yeah, in this box. Okay, so right, 2 in this box I actually know something about. Namely, it's not next to the 1 or the 3 because 2 is consecutive with both of them. So we actually know that 2 is actually in one of these 2 cells. That is a good spot, Barbie, to get right away. So the 2 being in one of these 2 cells tells us that's a 4 and that's a 2. And that 4 and the 2 tell me that this is not 2 or 4. These are from 3, 6, or 8. This is not a 4, of course, anymore. Okay. So now this not being able to be a 4 means that's not able to be an 8. So this is a low digit, in fact. So actually 3 in this box. Now, for similar reasons, 3 can't go next to the 4 or the 2. It can't go in the column with the 1, 3. So the 3 in this box 2 is over here for reasons similar to the observation earlier. So we have that. So no 8 on the black dot in box 8. Oh, right. Right, because there's no 4 on it. So this is a 3-6 dot. Got it. The 4 preempted 8 completely from this. I somehow removed 8 from the other side of this one without also removing it from this. So this is a 3-6. Oops. And so because that is a 3-6, this is not a 6. And so this is not a 3. So this is a 2-4, 2-4 and a 2-8. Okay, so now the 3 in this box is definitely in one of these two cells. Row 4, column 4 can't be 2. Oh, right, this can't be a 4. So yeah, this just doesn't have an option. Right, good catch. Thank you, Sarvesh. This can't be 2 because it doesn't have anything to connect to. So that's a 4. Which doesn't immediately do a lot for me. It does do one thing for me, which is to tell me that this Renban no longer could have a 4 on it. And so that means that this Renban now is 6, 7, 8, 9. So that is appreciated. There is no 5 in column 5, Tallcat. Let's see. 3, 6. So, is it really possible that this is a low? Like, the sort of obvious thing is for this to be high, that to be high, and this to be low. But I don't immediately see why this couldn't be, say, 4, 2, and that be 3 and 1. Oh, that's right. I did not give a bet cell. I will give a bet cell as this cell, because I think we're not going to get there for a while. So if you want to bet, you can bet on this cell. The advantage is I always give you part of the puzzle before you get to bed. Work. Okay, so this can't be 2, 4. This can't be 2, 4 for the beautiful reason that the 3 would be next to it. Wow, that's complicated, but I love it. Okay, so just to go over that, I wanted to know, is it possible that this Renban is low? That is, that it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, in that instance, it would need to be 3 and 1 here. And so these would need to be 2 and 4, except that would rule out 3 from both of the places I know 3 goes in the box. So that's not possible. So that's a 6, that's a 3. This is an 8 or a 9. These are, in fact, actually a 7, 9 pair, because I need 7, 8, and 9. And so this is an 8 in order to do that. Yeah, this is a really nice puzzle. This is very evocative of the negative constraint puzzle that we saw from the Knights puzzle that we saw from JC Godart a couple streams ago. So now whereas 8 in this box now is forced over into these cells, which resolves that this is not an 8. It actually is the 2. I'd have preferred it the other way around, frankly, but we'll make do. So that's the 2. Pencil 4s in box 4. 4s in box 4 are in one of these two cells. which because of that, and this is Olima's point, because 4s are actually only in one of these two, this can't be a 3 because it would break both of them. So that's a 1 and that's a 3. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's see. John Hansen says 51 watching, 35 thumbs up. More thumbs up for good conclusions. Thank you, John. By the way, welcome, John. I'm not sure if I've seen you chatting around before, but welcome. Yeah, that was a beautiful spot by Olima. That's part of the reason why I love doing this, is because chat just comes up with so many awesome things. 2-4 are hidden in column 7. 2-4 need to be down here because neither of them can go up there. So this is actually a 2-4 pair of all things. So that means the rest of this box, well, I definitely need to have a 7 over there. Let's see. What else is left in the box? I need a 1. Oops. 2, 3, 4, 7, and 9. 1, 7, 9. That one's not a 7. Or a 9. This is a 1. Because it can't be either of the other options. And as soon as that's a 1, it means this isn't a 2. It's a 4, and that's a 2. Okay, so the 7, 9 now are placed here in this box, because there's now a 7, 9 hidden pair in this box up here. Which is amazing. Oh, you're in St. Paul. Okay, yeah, that's pretty close. Yeah, I'm in Decorah, Iowa, so I'm not too far south of you. I've made that journey up there a few times. Okay. No consecutives there. Yeah, so there are a 7 and a 9 in this mess somewhere. Let's see. Oh wow, Sam, you're in Iowa too. Wow, we've got a pretty nice collection here. Yeah, have you been to the big new Toppling Goliath that opened, John? It opened right before COVID. It has a wide selection of pretty good food in addition to their of course their adult beverages of choice. I'm a little sad I've not gotten to go there since the whole incident. This can't be high anymore, because if this was high, I'd need 2 high digits, and 3 high digits are gone from the row. So these are low. So they're from 1, 3, 4. This is from 1, 2, 3, 4. Just to make that work out. Let's see. Okay, well, this one's certainly not a 4. So this is a 1 or a 3. I know neither of these is 2, so one of these is 2. And as soon as one of these is 2, neither of these can be 1 or 3, because it would be next to the 2. So in fact, this is 2, 4. That's not a 4 either. It's a 1 or a 3. So we can run across here now. 1, 2, 3. We need a 4 and a 7 and a 9. That's not a 4. So that's a 7, 9 pair, in fact. So that's a 4. Gorgeous. So I hear the bet cell is a 2. So maybe we should fill this in. Okay, so 1. So where is the 2 going? All right, where is the 2 going in this box? The 2 in the box is going in the bet cell, because it can't touch the 1 or the 3. The 8 has to go in one of these 2 cells. And the 8 can't actually go here, because if the 8 went here, I would be unable to place another 7, 9 in the box. So that means I actually have to place the 8 here in order for that to work. This is not an 8. Is not an 8. Let's see. So these are from... so I need another 7, 9 in the box. The other 7, 9 in the box has to go here. And I probably need a 6 in the box. So the 6 goes there. So that's a 9. That's a 7. These aren't 7 or 9. They're 6 and 8. So these aren't 6 and 8. They're 7 and 9. 7 and 9. Try again. Okay, so this pair is a 1 and a 3. Let's see. This pair is a 2 and a 4. Now, because this is a 2 and a 4, this can't be a 3. It has to be a 1. So that's a 3. So that's a 3 just by pencil marks. And this being a 1 makes that a 4 and that a 2. The remaining things in this box are a 6 and an 8. The remaining things in this box which are 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8. These aren't 1, so that's a 1. Yeah, it's really hard to do a non-consecutive puzzle that feels smooth and nice, and this has been a really nice non-consecutive puzzle. Yeah, it's usually a non-consecutive puzzle. You get one step that you can sort of design, and then the rest of it is just all sort of forced into place. This is actually felt like there is a solve path that goes through the whole thing. This is a 7 or a 9 because the column needs a 7 or a 9, and it can't go in the box with a 7 or a 9, or it can't go with the 8. Take your pick. Let's see. This column needs a 4. Where does it go? Not next to the 3, and so it has to go there. Except then I placed a 7 instead of a 4, which then led to lots of confusion. Let's see. What's left in this box is we need a... No, we've got a 4. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we need 6, 7... We need 6, 7, 8, 9. These are not 7 or 9. They're 6 or 8. So this is not 6 or 8. It's 7 or 9. Okay, so box 9 is disambiguated. It's a 9 and that's a 7. Good point. Someone at some point said the 1-3 was disambiguated, but I didn't see the 1-3. But I now see the 1-3 that someone told me how to disambiguate before, but I've now forgotten. What is this? This is a 1. There's a 1 left in column 5 that needs to go there, and so that's the 8. In order to make that work. Let's see. Yes, box 1, box 2, box 3, box 4, box 6, box 7, box 8, and box 9. It all works out. Row 1, 6, and 7 can be sorted. Right, because this is a 6 or an 8, and so this can't be a 7. Beautiful, beautiful point, chat. So this 6, 8 tells me this isn't a 7, so it's a 9, and that's a 7, and that's a 9, and that's a 7. Now that 9 tells me that's a 6 and that's an 8. These two cells are a 2 and a 4 to finish the column. So these two cells are a 3 and a 6 to finish the box. That can't be a 6, so it's a 3 and that's a 6. That 6 gives me that's a 9 and that's a 7. Got that all going well. Okay, these two cells are a 1 and a 1 and a 9 in some order. So these three cells are a 2, a 3, a 7, and a 9. Okay, well, this isn't a 3 because it's next to a 4. This isn't a 2 because there's a 2 in the column. This isn't a 9 because there's a 9 in the row, so that's a 7. These are not 7. There's a 1-9 pair in the box, so these are not 9. Or also because there's a 9 in the row, they're not 9. Take your pick. There's a 2 in this column already, so this is a 3 and that's a 2. That 2 tells me that that's a 9 and that's a 1. That 9 tells me that that's a 7 and that's a 9. Could have gotten that earlier, but we'll take credit for it now. This 9 tells me that's a 6 and that's an 8, which tells me that that's a 6 and that's an 8. In order to make that work. Okay, these two cells now are a 7 and a 9. These two cells are from... we've got a 1 and a 3 that we need. In fact, neither of these is 3, actually. If you look at this column, the only place for a 3 is here, because a 3 can't go next to a 2 or a 4. So that's a 3, and that's a 1, to disambiguate that. Let's fill in the rest of these. So these are a 1. They're a 1, which needs to go there, which fixes that. And whatever digit needs to go in this column. An 8 is the answer. An 8. So that's a 4. That's a 2. Now these digits. Let's see. So this needs to be... Oh, that 9 there. So that's a 7. That's a 9. Oh, well, don't worry, Florent. If you like people not noticing that they have digits in places where their pencil marks would give them things, this is the stream for you. See, I need a 3 somewhere. It's got to go there. 2, 3, 4, 6. My favorite part, actually, was the part where I realized there was a 9 here, used that to eliminate a 9 from here, then got that there was a 1-9 pair down here and used that to eliminate that there was a 9 from these two cells, rather than using the 9 here to do that. Woohoo! That was a very nice puzzle. That was very smooth. Yeah, non-consecutive is such a mixed bag. I think one thing that's actually really nice about this whole thing where you omit the digit 5 is that it actually makes non-consecutive a slightly weaker global constraint to use, which then gives you a little bit more flexibility to do this. And so it's not completely roped like most non-consecutives would be, because of course there's sort of one more digit of wiggle room that you get to use in this. So again, a very excellent way to use the no 5s idea to sort of combine it with this I can use it with non-consecutive so that I'll have a little bit more wiggle room so that I can set slightly more interesting non-consecutive puzzles. And yeah, that was a super smooth. At no point did I feel tortured by the non-consecutive thing, which often happens. Yeah, this was a gorgeous puzzle, really nice from start to finish, very smooth. Yep. So yeah, we're doing well time-wise. Let's do another puzzle, and so let's do this puzzle by Math Pesto. So this Math Pesto puzzle requires us to fill in the grid with the digits 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9, such that each of these digits appears at least once in each row and column, and 3x3 box. Okay, so just to repeat that, this is not quite regular Sudoku rules, because I'm using the digits except for 5, and I'm putting them in every row, column, and box, but I can use one digit twice. So this is a lot like the puzzle that we did by... It was the Kajito, right? It was Sam, I think, last time, where we have to repeat a digit in each row and column. Adjacent digits on a green line have to have a difference of at least 5. Digits cannot repeat in a cage and must sum to the total given. Right, so we did this game last time in a different puzzle, so I'm sure it will end up being much different than this. But we have to now repeat a digit in every row and column, because we can't, of course, use the forbidden digit. Okay. So we're going to start by coloring our gigantic German whisper line in yellow and purple, the standard German whisper colors. Oh yeah, the one last time was really mind-bending, so we'll see. So this is a gigantic German whisper, and so remember, German whispers mean that consecutive digits have to differ by at least 5. So if this is a 9, then this could be, for example, a 3, and then this could go up to 8, and so on. Now, before I even get to the rest of coloring this, I want to note that actually the digits Oh no, the digits 4 and 6 aren't special because I can put a double 9 around a 4. Wow, okay. Yes, and the cages, I didn't even mention. The cages sum to less than 8 in this instance and less than 13 in this instance. Let's see, so that's going to be yellow, that's going to be yellow, that's going to be yellow. So these are yellow. These are going to be purple. Okay, and so the thing we know about yellows and purples is that every row column and box has either 4 or 5 yellows and 4 or 5 purples. There's always that bittersweet moment when you set a really brain-bending puzzle and then someone else is like, hey, I set a puzzle just like that. And you're like, oh no, oh no. Now I might have to do the puzzle. Well, the 4th purple in this column is already on here. The bet cell is a 4. Good, good. We should probably put in a bet cell. I'm just going to boringly make that the bet cell. So good night, Niverio. Thanks for coming by, and thanks for contributing the puzzle to this endeavor. Yeah, this less than 8 is interesting, because one of these digits is at least a 6. So the other digit has to be a 0, 1, 2. So at absolute best, yeah, I guess it's not that huge a deal to say at absolute biggest you have an 8. But oh wow, we're up to 40 thumbs up. Wow, thank you everyone for the generous thumbs upping. We appreciate it. And always happy to feature your puzzles, Math Pesto. The one where you sort of had to build the regions inside an otherwise blank grid was just A+. We've had great many this. That's right, there's no zeros in this puzzle. That's right. The zeros was the last puzzle. So the only thing this can be is a 1-6 pair. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, so the only way I can make this strictly less than 8 is if I make it the two smallest possible digits, which are 1 and 6. This is also a 1-6. 1-6. Now, interestingly, that already gives me my repeat. So the thing I learned from doing these puzzles last time was that what you want to look for in a puzzle where you're going to repeat a digit is you want to look for 3-cell pairs like this. So this 3-cell pair actually tells me that that I've already used the repeat digit in this row. So there's no more shenaniganery in this row. All of the rest of the row behaves normally. Okay. So yeah, so this sort of 1-6 triple business. Now, I also know that wherever the 6 is, it's flanked by 1s. So I actually know that I'm repeating a 1 in one of these cells on either side of the 6. And so that means, actually, that means I've already used my thing for this column. Now, the ridiculous thing about this is I now know what the high-lowity is, because I need to put a 4 in this column. Where am I putting a 4 in this column? Well, 4 only goes next to 9. And in this case, if the 4 went in any of these cells, the 4 would go next to 2 9s. But then that would repeat 2 digits in the column, and that's just absurd. So in fact, yellow is low, because I need to put a 4 in one of these 2 cells. So one of these corner cells is a 4. I'm just going to chaotically pencil mark that like this, but now I'm going to select the colors. So yellow is low, purple is high. By the way, I'm only making, if you're watching this and you're wondering about the color substitution, it's only being used sort of by convention, that if you want to keep in mind that a cell is 1, 2, 3, 4, then you do that by indicating that it is blue, because blue digits are cold, which is low or whatever in temperature, and then orange is high because it's hot or whatever, however exactly you want to think about it. So yeah, so that means this digit here is definitively 2 or 3, I believe, because the 1s are gone for the column, a strange thing to say, and the 4 is gone for the column, so this is a 2 or a 3. One of these two is a 9. I don't know which one. But in fact, one of these is flanked by 2 9s, for whatever that's worth. Could this really go 1 6? Because if this went 1 6... 1 is low. 1 is low. That is a good point. 1 is low, so it can't go here. So the 1 has to go here, which then means that's 6 and that's 1. So we actually have digits now that we've done that. I really loved the way that got sorted, by the way. That was super, super cool. I knew that there needed to be a 4 in one of the corners, and both of the corners were the same color. That was sweet. Okay, so this is a 2 or a 3. Okay. Because I know the breakdown of the less than 8 cage in the final row. Okay. I do not see a less than 8 cage in the final row. I am confused. Am I missing a cage? I'm not sure. But yeah, if this were 1 6, this would also have to be a 1. Oh, okay, you were talking about this thing over here. Okay, we got that, but thank you. Yeah, I got it now. All right. So this is not a 6. This is a 7, 8, 9 for whatever that's worth. Let's see. Now, this being less than 13 is pretty comically unhelpful, because being less than 13, what it actually tells you is that it's not exactly 4 and 9. But I don't think we're in a position yet to use that this cage is not exactly 4 and 9. Okay. Yeah, the 1 6 triple, we have to be a little bit careful about how we use a 1 6 triple. It turns out we're probably not super used to 1 6 triples. Okay, so these are not 6, so these are from 7, 8, 9. Oh, but this can't be 9, because remember, one of these two things is a 4 on the outside. So one of these two is a 9, so that can't be a 9. So this being a 7, 8, this being a 7, 8 says that this is a 2 or a 3, just for the record. Okay. So I'm being asked by Luke, by the way, welcome, Luke. I'm being asked where 4 goes in row 1. Okay. So note 4 can't possibly go here, because that's the one thing being ruled out. A 4 would have to go next to a 9. Okay. If I put a 4 here, I would put a 9 on each side. Is that somehow broken? I don't think I see why I can't repeat a 9 in row 1. Row 5, column 8 could be 1 as well. Oh, that's right. I could repeat a 1. Thank you. Thank you very much for reminding me of the fresh hell that I am in. There's no room for a 6, 7, 8. Oh, great. Okay. That is really smart. Actually. In this row, Luke has noticed there are only 4 orange cells. So these 4 cells have to be honest. They have to be 6, 7, 8, and 9. Wow, that's really cool. Okay, so these are 6, 7, 8, and 9. And so I can't possibly put a 4 in this row in a place that would require 2 9s. So I can't put one here, here, here. I can't put one here because of the less than 13 cage. So that has to be a 4, which means that that's double 9. That's really cool. This is awesome setting. This is not a 9. This is not a 4. This is the other of 2, 3, in fact. Yeah, the way the checkerboard pattern is being used here is very novel and interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of wows in chat. I will repeat, wow. That is awesome, the way that was used. So yeah, this is a 6, 7, 8 triple. So one of these is a 6, which means I'm doubling 1 in this row again. Whichever of these is a 6 is making a double 1. Okay. And I can probably do exactly the same thing with 4 in this column, can't I? 4 in column 1? Because 4 in column 1, if 4 in column 1, well, it can't go here because I can't put a 9 there. If I put a 4 in any of these cells, it would be repeating the 9, which I can't. So the 4 in column 1 actually has to go here as well. So I get that for free as well, I think. Wow. Row 8, column 9 is forced. Right, row 8, column 9 is forced because these 2 3s are different 2 3s. And so this digit sees both 2 and 3. So that has to be an 8. So that's a 7. Now, 7 only whispers with 2. 7 doesn't whisper with 3. 7 doesn't whisper with 3, so that's not a 3. So that's an 8. Okay. Hey, Verg, welcome. So now this is a 3 by the column. This is a 3. Yeah, I should have done this one before Sam's puzzle because I think this is a little friendlier than Sam's puzzle, but the same mechanic that I definitely feel myself using the muscles I developed last week to think about this this thing. Yeah, so 1 is going to be the repeated digit actually in every border region because there's got to be a 6 in one of these, which is going to repeat 2 1s. There's got to be a 6 in one of these, which is going to repeat 2 1s. So either this is a 6 or this is a 6. Interestingly, if this is a 6, that's a 1, and then this has to be a 6, I believe. So this is, yeah, I guess I only know that this is 6, 7, or 8. Where is the 6 going in row 9, I am asked. Not there. So the 6 in row 9 is in one of these 2 cells. I don't know which. But because the 6 is surrounded by 1s, I do get a digit out of that. Namely, I get that this is a 1 from this observation that one of these 2 cells has to be a 6. So yeah, so that's a 6. If this is a 6, is that bad? Because I'd need to put a 1 actually in all of those places. Is there something wrong with all of those being 1? Not that I can immediately see. I don't think the 1 looks up. Because remember, I could have 2 1s in the column. And then, good point. Where's the 7 in row 9? Thank you, Olima. The 7 in row 9 also has to go in this cluster because the 7 can't go next to the 3. So that means this is an 8. These are a 6, 7, which means that these are a 1, 2 pair. Oops. In some order. Cajun box 5 is done. Is it? This is my concern. What if there's 2 1s in this column? Thanks, Nicholas. Good night. I will look forward to seeing you around again in the future. I think I know this cell's not a 9 because I know that I'm repeating a low cell, not a high cell in this column. So that's a 7 or an 8. 1-2 pairs resolved by the 8s. Let's see. Well, I know this is a 1 or a 2. I can at least say that much. Oh, box 9. Good point. Great. Olima has another catch. Box 9 already has a repeat, so box 9 can't have any more repeats. So that's in fact 1, which means that's a 6, which means that's a 1, which means that's a 7, which means that's a 2, which means that this is not a 6. It is a 7 or an 8. Great work by everyone. No problem. It is a confusing rule set, and I would definitely see this one, and seeing anyone do one of these things think that that meant I knew how this cage got disambiguated. In this case, though, I think we sadly don't. Let's see. Sarvesh says this can't be a 6 because it would make too many repeats in box 1. It would make that a 1 and that a 1. And then I would need to make this a 6. Okay, right. If the corner is a 1, then remember the 6 in this column is flanked by 1s. So I would need to make that a 1, that a 6, and that a 1. But now I've repeated like a jajillion digits, because if I make this a 6, now I've been forced to make all 3 of those 1s and that a 6. And that's just absurd. Let's not be silly. So one of these two is a 6, which means that cell's definitely a 1. And now I break the middle thing, because now both of those are 1. So that's a 6 and that's a 1, and I can color the rest of this. Great spot. So those are orange. Those are blue. Okay. Very nice, very nice. Let's see. Okay, Barbie says 4-9 on the line in box 9. Making a repeat 9 in the column. Right, because I can't repeat a blue digit because I've already repeated the 8. So this has to be 4-9. I've already repeated a digit in the column, so I can't repeat any more digits in the column. So this now has to be a 6 or a 7. So this has to be a 1 or a 2 via Barbie's argument. Oh, and right, I have a double 9 already, so this can't be a 1. So I can't repeat another digit, so that's a 2, which means that this is the 6 and that's the 1. So this is not a 6. Why would a 1 in box 1 need to be flanked by 2 6s? It's rather to say, if this was a 1, the 6 in column 1 needs to be flanked by 2 1s. And the only way that it could be flanked by 2 1s is if this is a 1, the only way for it to be flanked by 2 1s is for the 6 to go here. So it's not the need of the 1. The 1 is fine. It's the need of the 6. Right. And now this being a 2 makes that a 7. Thank you, chat. Oh, no problem. I'm happy to clarify. This now has to be a 3, by the way. So that being a 3, just for the row, that makes that an 8, and that a 7, which means this is a 1 or a 2. This being a 3 actually means this cell's an 8 or a 9, but it can't be a 9. Because if this cell were a 9, I'd repeat 9 and 1 in the column, and that's just silly. So this is an 8. The needs of the many outweighs the needs of the 6. Yes, exactly. Exactly correct. Okay. This cell is not 7, 8, or 9 by the column, and it's not 6 by the row. So this cell is blue, whatever it is, just by looking at the column and the row together. I'm looking to see if there's anywhere else I can possibly make such a deduction. Okay, I do know that this is not a 4 or a 1, so this is a 2 or a 3. Oh, the rest of the oranges in column 1. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, right. That being an 8 means that this is not an 8, because remember, I'm already repeating 1 here. So that's a 7, that's a 6, that needs to be 1 and 1. Great. So now this 1 looks over and sees that 1, and so that's a 1-1 pair, and so that's a 2, which does not immediately make that a 3, despite my instinct to make it a 3, but that's not how this puzzle works. So now this is a 2, because I need a 2 in the column. So this box, this is again a 4-9, because again, by similar logic to down here, I already have a repeated 8, so I can't repeat another digit. So this is a 4-9. The 9 already repeats now, and so now this column only gets 1 more repeat. This column already has a repeat. It has a 9 and a 9 repeating, so that means this is actually an honest 3. I am allowed to make that conclusion. I need a low on this this thing, and it can't possibly be a 4, can it? Oh, maybe I could go 4-9-4. Is that possible? Maybe 4-9-4 is possible. I think I was about to say something that's not true. Row 8, column 2. Good point, Ambrose. I already have repeated 9 in column 2, so I can't do any more repeating, so that's a 7. I've already repeated 9 in box 7, so I can't do more repeating, so that makes that a 3. This is a 6-8 pair. And I know the order because I've already again repeated 9 in column 2, so I can't repeat it again, which makes that a 6. Which then makes that an 8. These are both orange. I now have my repeated 8 in row 8, so I can't repeat the 9, so now that's a 4 and that's a 9. Let's see. I've got my repeated 8 here. I do need a 2 in this row. I can't put a 2 here, so the 2 in this row is in one of these 2 cells. The 4 in row 4 can't be on the whispers. So I thought that before, but then I was afraid that 9-4-9 might work. Or sorry, 4-9-4. I was afraid that 4-9-4 exactly might work. But if you see a reason, Starlove, why it doesn't work, please let me know. Row 8 needs a 2-3-6. Says SPQ. And the 6 is placed. Okay. Right, because this is neither a 2 nor a 3. So that's the 6. Thank you. That's a good spot. And I should know what this digit is, too. It has to be a 7 just to finish the box. So these are not 6, which means they're both low regardless of their orientation. So I've now got 1, 2, 3. So these are all from 4, 8, 9 then to finish the box. That one I know is not a 4 because 4 is not a high digit. Hey, Friar, welcome. 4-9-4 repeats the 4 in box 3. It would repeat the 4 in box 3. Good, Andrew, good. Okay, yes, so I can't put a 4 anywhere on this, because if I put a 4 anywhere on this, then this cell is a 4 or a 9, and it can be neither because of box 3. Genius. Okay, so the 4 in this row goes over here. Which means that this row this whisper has a 2 on it in one of those 2 cells. I would love to know which one. Do I know which one? It has a 2 as well as an 8 or a 9. I can't repeat 4 in column 2. I can't repeat 4 in column 2. Great spot. Great spot, Ambrose. Because I already have repeated 9 in column 2. Uh, Speaking of, what's left in this box? Let's figure that out. The things left in this box are a... they're a 6 and a 7. Okay, so this is a 6-7 pair. So they're both orange. I can go ahead and fill in. Let's see. I don't know what I'm repeating in this row yet. Let's see. Why not 493? Oh, no, I think you're right. I think 493 would have worked. Sorry, I think we have to go back quite a ways. I think we have to go back here because I think I tricked myself because this being a 4 doesn't do anything to make that a 4. This could very well go 493 and it would be fine. So I think this cell could still be a 4. This cell can't be a 4. Is true. Let's see. Okay, I've already repeated a high digit in this column. And so that's 5 high digits. So all of these are low. How about that? Let's start with that. I already had 5 high digits in this column already. So these all have to be low, which means this is high. Do I know what low digit this is? I don't think I have any idea. Well, I guess I know actually from the column, I know that this is a 1, 2, 3 triple, don't I? Because the column doesn't have any more repeats, and it already has a 4. So this is a 1, 2, 3 triple, which means that the thing I'm repeating in this box is a 1, which means that this cell has to be an 8 or a 9. The logic in these puzzles where you can repeat a digit is so weird and cool. I like it a lot. What are these digits? People want me to write in column 8. That's a beautiful, wonderful idea. I'm going to write in column 8, and then I'm going to look at what those digits are. Let's see. One of these is a 1, and it's not that one, because putting a 1 here would repeat the 1 in a box, so I've already repeated a 9. So that's a 1, and it's blue. And therefore, this digit is a 6, and is orange. Okay. I definitely intend to set one. Don't worry. I mean, it's right up my alley of setting. So let's see. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't repeat anything else. So these are 6 and 7. Apologies if you can hear it loudly raining outside. It somehow sounds like in stereo and from where I am sitting, but hopefully it is not too bad. So let's see. Repeated ones in row 5. Repeated ones in row 5, which actually makes that a 3. Good spot, Barbie. So these are... Yeah, these are not 3 because this column doesn't have any more repeats. It's already got the repeat handled. Okay. Yeah, row 5 already had that liar, so that fixed that. Excellent, excellent. Okay, so I don't know what's going on over in this universe yet. Okay, so this box is missing a 3 and an 8. So these are an 8-3 pair. Okay. I do still need to get a 4 in one of these cells. I can write in this triple in box 6 because I already have repeated ones. Thank you, Barbie. Barbie is very good at these puzzles. If you are stuck on one of these puzzles, you should request Barbie's help. Okay, so I need a 4. I've got a 6 and a 7, and then I need an 8 and a 9. This one can't possibly be 4. Okay, so that's huge. This can't be 4 because it would repeat a third 9, which is just ridiculous. So that makes this cell orange. It makes these two cells blue. which makes that a 3, makes that an 8, and orange. Now that's 2 8s for the row. And so I'm not allowed to repeat the 9. So that's a 4 and that's a 9. And I'm not allowed to repeat the 7. So that's a 6 and that's a 7. So that's blue. These are orange. Gorgeous. This row... Oh, this row I already repeated the 6. So I can't repeat the 1 as well. So that's a 2. That's a 1. Now this row I've now repeated the 1, so I can't do that anymore. So this is 2, 3, or 4. 2, 3, or 4. 2, 3, or 4. Okay, let's see. Andrew says row 4, column 2 is a 2 because of the repeat in row 4. Yep, we just got there. Okay, let's see. So this row already has a repeat, so this has to be a 4, in fact. And so that being a 4 makes that a 9, just from the row. Okay, again, I still need an 8 in this column, so the 8's going to have to go there. Sorry, by this column, I meant this row. That's going to be an 8. This column now already has a repeat, so that's a 9. We've got all of our oranges, so this is going to have to be the blue 4 over here. Morbidly fascinated by how trying to center mark 2, 3, 4 makes a 9. I'm also not quite sure what was happening there. I wish I could shed some insight for you. Okay. Olima points out the rest of row 2 is blue because I have 5 oranges. And so this is a weird thing. If you have 5 oranges or 5 blues, then you know the rest of the row is the other column because you know where your repeat is. And so this row is a 1, 2, 3 triple to finish out, which means we've repeated 1 in the box again, which means there are no more repeats in the box. So these are 1, 2, 3, and I need a 4 and an 8 and a 9. The 9 is the digit that's getting repeated here, for whatever that's worth. Row 6 already has a liar, as people are starting to call it. Those 2 1s, so I can't repeat something else, so that's not a 4 and that's not a 4. That not being a 4 makes it orange. Now, in fact, actually, I knew that this was an honest 489 triple, I believe. Yeah, this is an honest 489 triple. So, in fact, that is an 8, and that's a 4, and it's blue. So, we're making progress. Now, what is left in this row? I believe it is a 2, a 3, and a 9. It is a 2, a 3, and a 9. What about this row? This row has 5 blues, so that means these are orange. So if you bet the bet cell was going to be orange, good news. So these are 6, 7, 8. So 6 is the repeated number in this this cluster. Okay, I've got a 1, 2, 3. I've got a 1, 2, 3 quadruple in column 4, and so having a 1, 2, 3 quadruple in column 4 means I know that everything else is honest, and it also means that I have a hidden 4 in column 4. Namely, that's the only place in column 4 for a 4. And I can't repeat any of these, any digits, so any other digits. So that's an 8, and that's a 9. Okay. So these are not 8. Now, 6 can't go on the green line. I'm not sure which green line we're talking about. Let's see. Okay, one of these is a 9. Yes, today has been a fantastic collection of puzzles. I've already repeated one in column 5. So I can't do any more repeats, which gives me a 2-3 pair, which means that in fact that's the 9. So that's not a 9. This is orange. Now I've already done a repeat in this box, so that's not a 9, it's blue. The bet cell can't be a 6 because I've already repeated 1 in the column. I'm sure people in chat have been saying that. Just judging by the things I saw whoosh by in chat. So that's a 7, that's a 6. The bet cell was a 7, so congratulations if you bet 6, you bet correctly. This row already has a repeated 9, so it can't have another repeated 9. Okay, so this is an honest 4-8 pair, for whatever that's worth. I need a 9 in column 6. It can only go here. Okay, so that is the 9 for column 6. Now... Oh, and I still need an 8 for column 6. It can only go here, in fact. So that is a 4. Now, this column already has... box 2 repeats a 1. So it can't also repeat a 4. Got it. So this is an 8 in order to avoid repeating something, because I've already repeated a 1 amongst this collection. So that's an 8. Let's see. This column, I've repeated a 6. And so this can't also repeat the 1. So that's a 2, and that's a 3. This row, I've already repeated something orange. I've already repeated the 8. So that's a 3. That's a 1. This column, I've already repeated the 1, so that's a 2. This row, I've already repeated the 8, so that's a 3. This column, I've already repeated the 1, so that's a 2. And I'm going to guess if I hit check, it's not going to like it. For whatever reason, I say it's art, but for whatever reason, Sven doesn't like it. Yeah, that was a very lovely puzzle. Yeah, that was a very friendly introduction to this idea of repeating digits. I like this idea. I think this is similar. I mean, it's very different logically, but it's similar in spirit to Schrödinger cells, which were popular for a bit back in the 70s. And so I think this could be the next thing. This could be the other direction of Schrödinger cells. So we can see if we can get this to be the next wave. I'm trying to make it uncolor things. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so that was a very nice puzzle. I am a very big fan of the X's with 5s on them. That is definitely a thing that I explored with the S cell thing. Alrighty. So I'm going to go pull up another puzzle, but I don't know which one it is yet, because I'll admit I was not confident I was going to get through that many puzzles, but we're actually doing pretty well on time today, so we're going to do another one. But yeah, this was a delightful puzzle, and like you could tell because of how many times people in chat were just sort of having these jaw-dropping wow sort of moments. But from the very, very beginning, this whole observation about the parity of the corners of a checkerboard being essential, that was super cool. Like the way that basically everything got broken by this cage and figuring out things. Super, super cool puzzle. Really liked that one. I'll be right back. Welcome back, and I wanted to again thank all of you who've subscribed to the channel. We're getting closer. We're not quite there, but we're getting closer to our 1,000 sub goal, so I'm excited to do that and do whatever exciting thing we're going to do for 1,000 subscribers. And again, special thank you to the people who support us on Patreon. It really helps a lot with sort of plotting out exactly what we're going to do and scheduling and all these sorts of things. It's great to have the support and the enthusiasm that we have had. Uh, all right, so next up, we have irregular, kind of broken 147. So let's read the rules. So we have standard irregular rules. Place the digits 1 through 4 and 6 through 9 in every row, column, and box. No repeats. Every highlighted digit indicates the position of the 1 in the same row. So, for example, if this digit were a 2, it would say that this digit was a 1. If this digit were a 5, sorry, that's not a digit. I don't even know what that is. I'm not even sure why I have one of those on my keyboard. If this digit were an 8, it would say that this digit was a 1. If this digit was a 9, that would create huge problems. So we'll talk about that in a second. Okay. So then the cells separated by black dots must be in a ratio of 1 to 2. So that could be an 8 if that's a 4, for example. Note that while there are no 5s in the final solution, there still is a 5th column. And so we're going to have to think about exactly how that's going to work. Okay. So these are the rules. So the first thing is, in the example, I tried to put a 9 here, and I realized that I can't put a 9 anywhere in a pink cell, because if I try and put a 9 here, I'd be putting a 1 here somewhere that's not actually in the grid. So I think I actually get 3 free 9s right away. I'm slightly confused by the fact that this 9 is smaller than the other given digits. I'm assuming this is a regular 9 and not a, like, 9 that is also going to have another digit in the cell, maybe, possibly. But anyway, and so the 9 also is going to place stuff in the ith column because I can't index into this column because of the weirdnesses involving this column. So I actually also get that's a 1, that's a 4, and that's a 7, just by the magic of this column. Okay, people want a bet cell. Let's see. How about that one for a bet cell? That looks out of the way. We don't know too much about it yet. Oh, we only have one black dot, actually. That's interesting. Okay. So, let's look at this cell and this cell. Because I'm noticing that there's some interesting things going on with putting stuff on this black dot. So, for example, this cell could be a 1. It could not actually be a 2. Because if this cell were a 2, I'd put a 1 here. But then that would require putting a 2 there, which would then repeat the 1 and the 2. So that's not going to work. So this is not a 2. Could this be a 3? If this were a 3, it would require a 1 there and a 2 there. That seems okay. I think this could be a 4. Now, could this be a 6? Yes, right. We can't repeat digits. Keegan is correct. We have to remind everyone that in this puzzle, we cannot repeat digits. I think it can be a 6, or a 7, or an 8. Okay, that was not as restricted as I was hoping, but I was trying to hope that I could get some interplay between these. Because if this now... So if this cell is a 1, it forces these to be 3, 6. Not 8. Oh, not 8. Good. Not 8, because there's a 1 already in this region. Thank you, Ambrose. So you made me feel slightly less silly for pencil marking this. Yeah. If this were a 4, it would make this a 1. Or if this were a 1, it would make this a 4. And now this would only have 3, 6 to place, and we'd know the order of the 3 and the 6. Which is interesting, that I don't know quite what to do with it yet. Oh, maybe I should do some Sudoku. Like, for example, I know there's a 9 in one of these cells. And I know there's a 9 in one of these cells. Oh, it's not that one. Just because of row 1, I can't repeat 9 in this region. I already have those two 9s, so I actually can place a 9... Well, not quite place, but I can put a 9 in one of these places. For sure. Let's see. Can I do the same thing with 1s? Hey, Alex, welcome. Hope your semester is going well. Let's see. What is left in this column? Maybe I should fill it in. 2, 3, 4, 6, 9. This is not a 9 because of the 9 in the box. Even if it is a slightly strange 9 in the box, I'm going to assume it's still a 9. See, 9 in the column. Okay, this is not a 9. So one of these is a 9, actually. Good point to Ambrose. Row 3, column 7 is only from 1, 2, and 8. Because it's placing a 7, so it could be a 1 or a 2. I can't repeat the 7 in here, and so the only other option is 8, which would put a 7 over there. Smart, smart. Let's see. Okay, I know there has to be a 1 in one of these places. Is that useful? I don't think that's quite useful enough. I know there's a 1 over here somewhere. That's not quite useful enough either, I don't think. The given 6 forces... Oh, yeah, okay, so maybe this is smart. This 6, this is Garian's point, this 6 forces one of these to be a 6. And one of these being a 6 forces one of these to be a 1. Sorry, forces one of these to be a 1. Now, one of these being a 1 forces one of these two to be a 1. One of these two being a 1 forces one of these two to be a 7. Which means that's not a 7. So that's exciting. 6 in row 3. Yeah, it can't be there or there. Yeah, the 6 in row 3 has to be in one of these two places. It can't be there. Right, okay, yeah, the 6 in row 3. Okay, this is a great point, Jay. This can't actually be a 6, because if I place a 6 here, I block 6 out of the entire first row, owing to this given 6. So actually, Jay is completely right. We just get to plop a 6 here. Out of nowhere. And this region's already sort of filling itself in. We've got a 1, or sorry, we need a 1, 2, 3, and an 8 to go in. Okay. Is there any of those that this can't be? 1 seems possible. 2, 3, 8. All of them actually seem at least within the vague realm of possibility. Oh, actually... Because of this 7, I know that there's a 7 over in one of these 3 cells, because I need a 7 in the first row. So that means neither of these is an 8. Because if either of these was an 8, then I would plop an 8 into this, and that would break row 1. So neither of these is an 8, which means that this now is the 8 for its box, because I have a 1, 2, 3 triple. Now... The fact that this is a 1, 2, 3 triple tells us that there is a 7 in one of these cells. I don't know which, but there is a 7 in one of those. This is a very cool puzzle, too. I am very spoiled on the stream, which I am not going to complain about. But this is delightful as well. This is yet another cool puzzle. Okay. Now, the one in... Okay. So the one in column 8 needs to go in one of these cells, and it can't go here, because if this were a 1, the 8 would need to index it and can't. Let's see. Okay, so And these good puzzles that I'm doing, these are all submissions. Most of the puzzles I do, I just pick stuff out that is rated 90% or higher on LMD or whatever. So the fact that they're good is, well, it's sort of pre-processed, whereas these are just people, what you all made for me. So I'm very happy with the puzzles that you have all made for me. So one of those is a 1. These cells are a 1. Oops. A 1, 2, 3, 4. That one's not a 1 by not a 1 by previous argumentation. Okay, where is the 7 in column 4? Asks Starlev. Okay, so it's not there because of those pencil marks. It's not here because of those pencil marks. It's not here because of those pencil marks. So the 7 in column 4 is in one of these places, but note what the 7 is going to want to do is index... right, this is not a 2 by indexing, thank you. The 7 in one of these is going to try to index a 4 into one of these places. Oh, no 2 in this one either. Same deal. It would be indexing a 6 there. Okay. Can the 7 be here? If there were a 7 here, it would put a 7 here, which would be pretty restrictive. Also not in row 2, column 4. Agree. So one of those two is a 2. I'm not sure I yet see why I know which of these is 7. I'm sure I do somehow, but I'm not quite seeing it yet. So yeah, I know one of these is a 7. So I know one of these is a 7. 3 in box cleans pencil mark in row 2. Ah, yes, there is a 3 in the box. Andrew with the beautiful spot that literally I'm touching a 3 as I write these things in. I'll claim I'm not used to scanning irregular regions or something. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so these are a 1, 2, 7, 8. That's not a 7 by pencil marks. Let's see. This could be a 1 or a 2 or a 7 or an 8. Okay, I think all of those are actually possible. Row 2, column 8 isn't 4 by index. Right. Sorry, I keep forgetting 4 is doing indexing. So 4 can't get to column 8. So this is not a 4. Nor is it a 3, because this also can't get indexed by that. So, hey, Kuraban. We're enjoying this so far. Already received many positive comments in chat, as well as this. I'm very curious how this 9 ended up different from the other digits. I'm assuming it doesn't have any significance, but I'm somehow fascinated by how it happened. But yes, this is a very fun puzzle. Let's see. Okay, this is 1, 2, or 3. Row 3, column 1 can't be a 2 since it would block the 7 out of the row. Ah, wow, that's a great spot, Garion. So this is not a 2, because if this was a 2, then it would place a 1 there, which would occupy both spots for 7. That's a really nice spot, actually. Yeah, so that's not a 2. Let's see. Okay. The mystery has been solved. The reason why this 9 looks different is because in F puzzles, you can't enter given digits that don't match your dimensions. So this was entered in text mode, and the text mode looks a little bit different. Okay. That explains a great deal. Okay. The 6 in this region can only go in one of these 3 cells, and it can't go here, because if it went here, then it would index something on top of the 9. So this is so the 6 is in one of these two cells. I keep wanting to make this a 6-7 pair, but I cannot just make this a 6-7 pair as much as I would like to. No 1 in row 3, column 2. Oh, right, because this isn't a 2, so this isn't a 1. Thank you for helping me occasionally remember to update my pencil marks. Resolve that 6. Oh, yeah, how about that? Yes, I very carefully placed a 6 in one of these two, and I did not even bother to look that there is, in fact, a 6 right there. So, in fact, that's the 6. Thank you. So, actually, we now just have an honest sort of 7 X-Wing here sitting on these cells. So this is not a 3 anymore. So this is a 1-2 pair. So that's a 3. Yep, gets us our 1-2 pair. Okay. These aren't 3 anymore, owing to the fact that there's a 3 in the column. Ah, that's not 3 anymore, owing to the 3's in the column. Okay, so that feels like progress. Okay, so this is indexing the location of the 7. Oh, I never marked this, but the 7 we actually know is either in the 6th, 7th, or 8th spot. So this is a 6, 7, 8 immediately. Because we have pencil marked the 7. We just didn't bother to translate the pencil marks in the 7s. This dot can't be 3, 6 anymore. Thank you, Garion. That's going to do a lot of damage. Because since this can't be 3, 6 anymore, it's from 1, 2, 4, 8. Which means that this certainly can't be a 4 anymore. Because if this was a 4, it would put a 1 there, which would make this a 2, 8. That's not going to work. So that's not a 4 anymore. So, yeah, so that at least cleans that up a little bit. Let's see. Do I know anything about this? Well, this can't be a 1 anymore. I think this could be a 2 or a 3. I think it could be a 4. Can't be a 5. Could be a 6. Could be a 7. Could be an 8. I feel like I eliminated so many things from this cell, and yet it does not... Oh, it can't be a 5 because of the thing. Yeah, that's not super exciting. Okay, row 5, column 2 can't be a 1 by indexing. Right, in order to index into this cell, I would need to put a 2 here, which I can't, so that's not a 2. Which means that this isn't a 1. Which means that now because this can't be a 1 by indexing, that can't be a 3. So in fact, this is a 1 or a 6. No. I screwed it up. Wrong digit removed. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, so this can't be a 2. No, this can't be a 1 because that's not able to be a 2. Right. And so now... Right, because if this were a 1, that would need to be a 2, and it can't be. But I don't think that does any further further hoodiggies. I got overexcited. Because it could still be that this is a 3, making that a 1, and that a 2, and then various other stuff. Okay. Yeah, that very unfortunately undoes the good stuff, but what are you going to do? Uh, so row 5, column 7 says olima is 678. Ah, right. I can't get. Wait, why can't it be a 4? Oh no. Well, I hope you can enjoy it, and if not, there's always the VOD kuraban, so you can always go back to it later. Okay, so this is indexing the 7, so it could be a 4. Uh, I'm not able. Oh, sorry, it could be a 4, 6, 7, or 8. Yep. Okay. So one of those two is 9. One of these is 1, so one of these is 6. Let's see. Oh, 8's in the box already. That's a good thing to notice. Let's see. If this is a 4, interestingly, it of course makes this a 7 and makes this a 1-2 pair in exactly the order 2-1 and makes this a 3. So if this is a 4, weirdly, it makes this a 3. If any of these cells are 4, it makes that one a 3. We've got so few candidates running across here, but I don't know that I can cleave any of them out. Interestingly, one of these two has to be a 4, but I guess that just sort of follows by that example. I'm just starting to see. There's often like one way of filling these in that doesn't actually work. I'm checking to see if any of those ways exist. But I do not think so. That's a 2, that's a 1, that's a 3, that's a 4. That's all fine. Let's see. I know my 9 is over here. Let's see, we're indexing 7s. The 6 in row 1, I don't know if I think I've said this before, but I don't think I've marked it. The 6 in row 1 has to go in one of these cells. Let's see, the 7. Ah, right. Okay, sorry. Ambrose has it. Where is the 7 in the lower left region? The key thing is when we place this 6, that did the damage and we didn't notice. When you place this 6, 7 now forms this X-wing like this, which rules 7 out of all of these cells. So 7 in this region down here has to be in one of these two places, which immediately tells me that this cell's a 3 or a 4. And also tells me that 7 is in one of these cells. Let's see, must be a 7 in row 8, column 3, 4. Yep. So it can index 3, 4 over there. Yep, that's what we did. Let's go full candidates on the index cells. Oh boy. Well, we can at least we'll warm up to it, Olima. We'll go full candidates on these index cells, and then we'll see where it goes. Okay, so so this is going to be not 1, 2, could be 3, 4, could be 6, 7, 8. Okay, this one's not an 8. That one's not an 8. Oh, well, that's a thing. 8 in the column is just placed. Yeah. Wow. Okay, very nice. Okay, so that's an 8. That's a 7. That's not a 7 anymore. Just in case you were missing it, this 8 actually ruled 8 out of both of those cells, and there was nowhere else 8 could go. So 8 could only go there. So that's not an 8 anymore, which gives us a 1, 2 pair in this row, which means that's not a 2 and that's not a 1, which gives us a 7, 8 pair in the row. Yeah, that's going to do it. I mean, maybe not it, but it's going to do something. So that goes down and says that there's an 8 in one of these cells, and it's not that one, of course. Okay, so let's further examine the nature of these pink cells. Yeah, the 7 is in one of these two cells, I believe. Oh, no, the 7 can only go here because this 7's already pencil marked here. 7 has gotten pushed into this exact cell. Beautiful. Okay, one of these two cells now has to be a 6 for the column, and that's huge because the 6 in the column goes in one of these two, which means neither of these is a 6, which makes this a 2, 9 pair, which means this just is a 6. Which now places the 6 over... Oh, sorry, no, this region... We just placed the 6 in this region. I don't get to replace the 6 in this region. Sorry, I was going to get excited again. But I do know this cell is 2, 3, 4. It's not 6, 7, 8, or 9. In fact, this cell I know is 1, 2, 4 as well, while we're sort of filling things in. 6, 8, 9 here. 4 in the top right region is in one of these two cells, I believe. Do those two both see something that rules 4 out of something something? Row 4, column 1. Ah, right. This index is the 1. Good point. Okay, this index is the 1. Garion is on this. I know there's a 1 in one of these two cells because I have a full-fledged X-Wing on these now. I didn't officially announce that, I don't think, but I have a full-fledged X-Wing. So the 1 in the row is definitely in one of these two places, which makes that a 7 or an 8. Which is probably enough to go ahead and go full candidate on the rest of this. That's not a 6. There. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4 for the 1. I think I believe that. This is 1, 3, or 4. 1, 3, or 6. Let's see. This is indexing a 1. So it is not... It's not... Oh, maybe it could be. Never mind. Okay. Row 1, column 6, says Ambrose, is not a 4 by indexing of 4. If this was a 4, that would be a 1. What's wrong with that? 2 in box 1. 2 in box 1 definitely goes in row 1, so that's never a 2. So there's definitely a 2 up in one of those spots. And so that means there's definitely a 2 in one of these spots, which means 2 is here by magic. Row 1, column 6. Take 2. Row 1, column 6. If this were a 4, that would be a 6. So this is a 3, And that's a 2, and that's a 1, and that's a 4. And that's a 2, and that's a 1. Beautiful, beautiful. Yes, that was very nice, was the fact that this cell couldn't be 4, because then this would need to be 6, and it can't be. So that gives us a whole bunch of digits, sort of just dripping into the grid. So the 4 now goes here, which makes that a 6 and that a 3. Now we get to try and index everything. Yeah, the 2, that spot on the 2, together with Ambrose's point, once I looked in the right place, was all very, very helpful. Okay, so now let's try and actually do the indexing. So this column's indexing 7s. That's the 7 there. That's a 7 there. That's an 8. That's a 7. Okay, that 2 we did. That 1 we did. That 6 is indexing a 7 here. That 3 is indexing a 7 here. That 7 is indexing a 7 here. And that 4 is indexing a 7 there. Okay. That 2 looks over and says that that's a 1, that's a 4, that's a 3. Let's see. Okay, that 3 is going to look down and rule 3 out as a candidate from all of these places. The 6 in this row is going to make that a 1. So that's not going to be a 1 anymore. There's now definitely a 4 living on this dot. And the fact that there's a 4 on this dot means that this is a 2 or a 3. It's not a 4. It's not a 4, 6, 7, or 8. It's a 2 or a 3, depending on which of these it is. All right. If this were a 2, that would be a 4. If this were a 3, that would be a 4. This cell's never 2. Because if this cell was 2, it would try to put the 4 on top of the 2. So this is a 4 or an 8. Is part of the moral. We've placed the 1 in this column, so we can remove the 1 from there. Let's see. Index row 8. Oh, I missed some indexing. Did I? What did I miss? It looks like I have everything filled in. Index row 4. Row 4. Okay, yeah. So this is where the 4 goes in the row. So that's an 8. Just because we've placed the 4. Let's see. We can fill in these digits. 3, 6, 8, 9. That's not a 6. That's not a 3. That's not an 8. That's not a 9. That's a 3, 6, or 8. These are also 3, 6, or 8. And the great thing about them being 3, 6, or 8 is that this one's not 3 or 6. So it is an 8, which means that is a 4, which means that is a 3, which now means this is a 2 or an 8. I don't actually know which. At least not yet. That 8 removed 8 from these spots. That 6 looks down and sees that that's a 3 and that's a 6. The bet cell was a 6. So congratulations to all of those of you who bet 6. Don't claim you bet 6 if you did not actually bet 6, because Derek checks the chat to make sure that people who claim they bet actually bet. This is one of his many duties as an unpaid mod. We have an 8, 9 here, so that makes this cell a 3. Let's see. Okay. Now we can finish Olima's life dream of pencil marking all of the remaining index cells. So these are a 1, a 2, a 3, 4, a 6. So these are a 1, 2, and a 6. That one's not a 6. So it's a 1 or a 2. Say 1, 2, or a 6. So one of these two is a 6, which is, I guess, telling us that these are a 1, 4 pair over down here. Let's see. Okay, where is the sort of weird thing that breaks by considering all of these together? Or alternatively, we could just fill in digits that are given to us rather than thinking. That's always a good idea. So that's a 2. That's an 8. It's a 9. That's a 2. That's a 9. That's an 8. Okay, these are a 2 and a something else. 2 and a 9. Well, that one's... Oh, I was going to say this one's not a 9 because it's in a region with a 9, but it's not actually in a region with a 9. But it's like pretend in a region with a 9. That's good enough, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are 1, 4, 9. That one's not 9 because it's in a region with a 9. That time it's actually true. That one's not 9 because it's in a region with a 9. That gives us a 1, 4 pair, which says that's not a 1. And says that's not a 4. So we've got a 2, 6 pair here, which makes sense, given that we have the 1, 4 pair, and we need to index the 1, 4 pair. Let's see. Yeah, one of those is a 6. Okay, row 1, column 4 can't be 2. Can't be 2 because... because it would place a 4 there, and then this would have no value. Got it. Okay, right. So just to explain that, if this was 2, this cell would be 4, and suddenly this cell would explode. So instead, that is a 1, which means that's a 4, which means that's a 9, and that's a 2. That 2 bounces down and says that's a 9. That 9 bounces down and says that's not a 9. This is a 1, 4 pair. That's a 1, 4 pair. This is not a 4 anymore, of course. This is not a 1 anymore. So we've got a 2, 6 pair, indexing a 1, 4 pair, and we've got to make sure that whichever way we arrange it, we don't accidentally duplicate a... we don't actually duplicate a number... Oh, sorry, we don't even have to think about it. There's a 1 in the region. Folks, there's a 1 in the region. So that 1 just tells me that's a 4, and that's a 1, and that's a 4, and that's a 1, so I don't even have to think about the complicated thing about how that was going to interact. And so now because I just placed a 1, that places a 6 and a 2 and a 6 and a 2. Nice puzzle. Yes, very lovely. Great puzzles today. All very, very, very smooth. So I quite enjoyed that. Kuraban, I did that. Okay. And so Tristan suggests I find a short one to end on. I'm going to dig one up. I'll be right back with a quickie puzzle to finish. Okay, we've got a little 4x4 by olima here that I have managed to find. Okay, so what are the rules? We have normal 4x4 Sudoku rules. So we're placing the digits 1, 2, 3, 4. So this was something a lot of people suggested, but very few people ended up submitting. But this is a 4x4, so we use the digits 1 through 4. That is a way to avoid using the digit 5. No two orthogonally adjacent digits sum to 5 or 10. Excellent to know that no two digits orthogonally adjacent are going to sum to 10. Letters represent different digits. Standard, Renban, quadruple, and little killer rules apply. Okay. So I'm guessing the V... Wait. Oh, the V is a digit. I don't know what digit. But the V is not 5, since this cell is that. This N is a Renban, I guess. The circle is a quadruple that doesn't have anything filled into it. Okay. So yeah, so the... Sorry, I'm not in Sudoku mode, am I? I need to be in Sudoku mode. Okay. So yeah, so the V here is at least 3 and at most 4. So I can center mark that this is a 3 or a 4 just by looking down here. Now, this digit had better not be bigger than 1 or 2. So this will be 1 or 2. This will be 1 or 2. This will be 1 or 2. Oh, and in fact, this digit and this digit are the same because this digit needs to go in the box. And because this digit needs to go in this box, what that means is this digit and this digit are the same, and they can't be 2 because that would make it too big. So they're 1. Now, by the way, this V is the same V I did not recognize, so it's also a 3 or a 4 based on what this is. So we've got that going for us. Now, I do need to have a 2 in here somewhere. So we'll go ahead and corner mark that 2 there. So we need a 2 in one of these 2 cells. I probably should have started by pencil marking every cell I could eliminate to 4 values or fewer. We can place V in box 2. Oh, probably should go ahead and switch to surface mode and note, yeah, that's a good idea. So I think Olima earlier preferred the color yellow, so we will honor that. Oh, there's a negative XV constraint. I totally forgot about the negative XV constraint. But we can place the yellow everywhere just by doing that. I don't really either. So we've got a negative XV constraint, I'm being told, which means that because this 1 is next to yellow, the yellow can't be 4. So yellow is 3. So that's a 3, that's a 3, that's a 3, that's a 3. Now the negative XV constraint means the 2 can't go next to the 3, so that's a 2. So that's not a 4. Don't listen to me. That's a 4. That's a 4. That's got to be the 2. That's a 4. That's a 4. We've had to make sure that F, I, V, E are different. Now, that being a 3 also meant that this needs to be a 1. So that's a 2. That's a 1. And that's a 2. Oh, and we even have answer checks, so we know we got it right. Excellent. Thank you, Olima. I should have done that one after the hard puzzles on Wednesday. We had a bunch of quite brutal ones. Today the puzzles were actually all beautiful, but all also pretty quick. I don't think we did any that were more than an hour, or maybe a little more than an hour, but not much. That was very cute. I liked that. Thank you for the negative reminder that there was negative XV. I read through the rules and then managed to forget it. Let's see. I think I can do one more. How many puzzles are left for me next week? I'll check and I'll pull up another puzzle and I'll check and I'll let you know. 1 second. Okay, it looks like we have 4 long puzzles plus 1 short puzzle by Wyrm. And I'm going to save the 1 short puzzle by Wyrm for next time. So we're going to wrap up on a Slitherlink. And so I like doing Slitherlinks. Oh, sorry, this is CTC. It should be in penpa mode. I like doing pencil puzzles on stream because it's fun to expose people who haven't necessarily seen the non-Sudoku stuff. This is a Slitherlink puzzle with no 5s. Now, if you're not in on the joke, no Slitherlink puzzle has a 5 because what we have to do here is we have to make a loop, I should say. So something like this little loop like this, around the grid, and the clues all tell us the number of the cells that are used. So for example, this 3 is telling me I'm supposed to use 3 of the 4 sides. Now, note, you can never even have a 4, because if you had a 4, it would tell you, well, I guess you could have a 4 in a very simple Slitherlink puzzle. Because if you have a 4, then your loop is just the whole thing. So there are no 5s because you can't use all 5 sides. Okay, and so note it spells out Zeta to really fit the theme. And so we'll start by marking X's along the sides with the zeros. This is by virtual, by the way, I should specify. We appreciate the thing. Virtual did not immediately recognize that I had said Sudoku in this, in this challenge, so Virtual went and said a none Sudoku. I promise that none Sudokus will be valid for the next challenge. I'm not sure exactly what the next challenge is going to be, but I will definitely make sure, because I do like the none Sudoku puzzles as well. Okay. Now, now I know because of this 2, and I don't have a great way to pencil mark this, I don't think. I know that... Actually, I know exactly what the 2 does. Because I can't use this edge without also using this edge, I know that either I end up looking like this, or I end up looking like that. I can't mix my 2 over here. But note, this way doesn't work because of this 1. So in fact, I get that structure, which means neither of those are used, which means this is used, which means neither of those is used, which means my 3 ends up looking like that. These aren't used, so this is used, looking at the 2. I realize I have not actually said the kind of weird words that I say in my head when I'm thinking about Slitherlinks out loud before, so this is going to be interesting. Whichever way I go around the 3 here, I can either go this way, or I can go this way. But the key thing is, no matter which of those ways I go, I always end up consuming both of those edges. So I'm going to fill those both in. Now this side can't be used because I'd have to connect it to something and make a branch. And so that actually now forces that the rest of this 3 edge looks like that. I really wish I could color the dots, but no one seems to want to pencil mark dots. But I like pencil marking dots that things definitely go through. Like that's sort of mentally how I think about these. So we've got that all figured out. Both open ends turn left. We're talking about this one that can't go that way anymore. So it has to go that way, and that one. And that has to go up. And now once this has to go up, I can't use either side of the 1 that's not these, because I'm going to definitely use one of these sides of the 1 on that. So this 3 has to look like that. These 2 aren't usable anymore, so to finish the 2, I have to use that. Now this only can go that way, so it's got to go that way. This now only can go up, which can only go over, which can only go up. I want to go far or right. So I think we're talking maybe down here. Yeah, that can't get used, so this has to get used, and then it's sort of bounced around down there. This has to keep going. It can't connect here because then my loop would be too small. So that's got to go out. This can't go down because it would make a T, and it can't go here because it would make a dead end, so it's got to go out. And so you'll notice this familiar pencil puzzle pattern of sort of chasing things endlessly, where now sort of like this thing is now chasing this out. Now I'm definitely taking either this side or this side, so I never take that side because this is a 1. Now, if this comes over, I now have a problem because it's now forced down here by these X's. So this actually goes up. And now is forced over and is forced up. Now the 2 is done. The 1 is done. Now this is forced up to there, and so it actually connects. That side's not usable, so this side's definitely used. This can't go up anymore, so it's going to go left and go left. If it went up, it would get bounced into a dead end, so it can't go up. This can't go down anymore, so it's got to go that way. Now the 2 is done. Still can't go down, so it's going to come over. Those are done. Let's see. This is now a dead end, so it's not usable. So the only 2 sides of the 2 that are usable are those 2 sides. This side of the 2 is not usable anymore. Let's see. But I have not found broadly that there's a lot of grand strategy involved. I think Slitherlinks are usually mostly very tactical. That is, you're supposed to sort of like look at the little bits. Although there probably are puzzles where you have to think about it really globally. But at least in my experience, they usually involve thinking about the little things. Now, there's tricks you're supposed to be able to do with 3s. Like, for example, I can't not use this side with this 3 in the corner. Because if I tried to not use that side, my 3 would look like that. And that's a problem, because now this end has gotten stuck. So that side's always used. And for the same reason, that side's always used. Involving my 3 in the corner. Now... Oh, I was going to say something that's not true. Let me try not to say... this side and this side of the 1 can't be used, because if I use this side of the 1, I get deflected off of these X's and use the second side of the 1. So neither of those sides is used around the 1. This piece has to go up, because it doesn't have any... It has literally nowhere else it can go. Let's see. Not quite seeing what to do with this 2 yet. Let's see. This 2, again, either has to look like that, which seems okay, or like that, which seems okay. I don't think either of those is immediately obviously broken, at least to my ability to discern it. There can't be a line between the 1s. Let's see. If there were a line between the 1s... Oh, that has been retracted. Maybe there can be a line between the 1s. Maybe there is a line between the 1s. No one knows. The last 2 in row 3 is forced. Let's see. Well, I'm at least forced... Right. This side cannot be taken, because if I tried to take this side, then I would bounce into a dead end. So Derek is completely right. That is forced, which means that bounces up like that. Okay. Now my 3 either has to go like that, either like this, which it doesn't, or the other way. If the 3 goes like this... now this side has gotten stranded, which I know breaks my claim that this is all tactical, because that's somewhat strategic, but it doesn't do that. So now it does that. Now the 2 needs another side, so it's that, which then is forced to go down there, and so that part's done. Now this 2 is forced, because now that can't connect and that can't connect, so now this 2 looks like that. That 2 is done. This is forced to go up. This has met the 3, and it's going to have to go this way, because if it turns left... hey, Virtual. If it turns left, now I'm going to make this 3 impossible. So I have to either do this 3 like this, which is not going to work, because I'm going to be stranded, or do the 3 like this. Oops. The 3 like that, which is going to force that. This one's done. This 2 needs a thing. Yeah, the drawing the lines in between the 3s would be helpful if I remembered what the rule was about lines between 3s. Is it any time 2 3s are next to each other, there has to be a vertical line between them? I don't remember. Ranksk remembers. Pepperidge Farm remembers? I'm not sure. Let's see. Okay, so these 2 are leaning into the 2. They probably go over like that, but I'm not sure. Okay, so Ranksk is telling me that no matter how I do this 3... right. If this line is not here between these 2 3s, then this 3 would have to look like that, and this 3 would have to look like that, and we'd get a very small loop. So in large puzzles, that is larger than 2 by 2, between 2 3s, you always get this line. Okay. I remembered there was something like that, but I can never remember what the rule is. Okay, so I get to fill in all of those. That's the rule. Let's see. This 3 here has to involve these two sides, because as soon as one of these two sides is in, they're both in. And since I can't omit both of them, I have to include both of them on this 0 over here. Let's see. Oh, if I didn't include this, that would be a problem. Right. If I didn't include this side, then the 3 would look like this, and now I could not finish this one. So I always have to include that. Likewise, if I didn't include this side, it would look like that, and now I would be unable to finish this one. So I, in fact, get that there. And the same is probably true down here. If I didn't include this one, yeah, that would break that. Okay, so that goes like that. Okay. Right. And now if this connection is made, I break this, because this would be forced to collide. So that does not go like that. That goes like that instead, which means we get that pattern, I believe. Now, this can't go up, because if it goes up, then in order to finish this 3, I have to connect over there, but now this 3 is broken. So this has to go that way. Which means now that this 2 is forced to look like that, which gives me lots of sort of free edges over there. This part of the grid is now dead. This can't go down because it'll get bounced back into the wall that's already there. This can't turn left, so it has to go up. So now this either turns left or goes up, and I have no idea which one. Let's see. I have a feeling it has something to do with these ones that I'm supposed to imagine what's happening with. Oh, sorry. This just can't go up because it would make a big loop. Derek sees it right as I am about to point it. Yeah, so this cannot go up. Okay, so this is not a complicated deduction. This is just a paying attention deduction. I'm not allowed to make one giant loop. Yes. Chat sees it. Okay, so one of these two is going to go somewhere on the 1. In fact, this edge only can take one of the sides of the 1. So these two sides of the 1 are forbidden. Neither of them can be used, no matter what this does. This side can't get taken. I can color each line. I may not know enough about Slitherlink to know what coloring each line would do for me. So I'm not sure I know exactly. Symmetric reasoning on that one. Which one is that one? No problem. I feel like I should be able to figure out what this 3 is doing, but I'm not sure I can. Oh, just it would color the lines differently so that I would see immediately I can't connect two things because they'd be the same color, and I need to only connect things that are different colors. Got it. Okay. Got it. So this line, okay, so the point is this would have made it really obvious that I couldn't connect the purple with the purple. Okay. I understand now. I had not ever appreciated before why anyone would want to color it this way. but I appreciate it now. So thank you for helping this make sense. What on earth can I conclude about this giant cluster of twos, if anything? Why do we have to make yellow not join purple, Keegan? I think I'm not sure I understand why purple can't join yellow. Hey, Ken. Evening. Sorry you're joining us during the last puzzle, but glad to have you here nonetheless. The yellowish line at the top can't turn down because it would break the 1. Okay. So... Right, okay. So if this turns down, then now this 2 has a big problem because I've got to pick this side for the 2, but there's no way for me to pick that side without also using the 1. So that can't turn down. Okay, agree. And now this has to go over in order to make that work. Okay. And so now this can't turn up because if it turns up, it's impossible to put a line next to this 1. So this cannot turn up. And if it goes left, then it also creates a problem because it makes this 1 have to have 2 things next to it. So this turns down, which means that this goes over and has to keep going over. Now this side would lead into a dead end, so I've got to use that side. Now the 3 can't connect over, so now that is going like that. So now the 3 can't connect over, so it has to do that. That has to do that. This has to keep going. Now it's got to connect over there. And so now the horrible mustard line has subsumed the beautiful red line. In time, all will be horrible mustard. This needs to go down because otherwise I'd make a really itty-bitty loop. This needs to go down because otherwise I'd run into a wall. This needs to go down and become mustard. This needs to go down because it doesn't have anywhere else to go. Now, purple will win in the end. We can only hope that good guy purple wins in the end. So purple has to keep going. Purple has to keep going, which finishes the 1. So now purple is going to come over here again. And so now if purple doesn't turn up, I can't finish this 2. So purple turns up. Purple wins that piece, and we broke the puzzle. Uh-oh. Rewind. What did I do? Oh, did I miss the chance? Sorry, I missed the fact purple does have to turn up or we won't be able to finish the 2. I think that's... Wait. I need to go back. How far do I have to go back? Okay. I'm comfortable to here. The purple has to go this way because it doesn't have another way to go. The purple still has to go this way. It doesn't have another way to go. Right. Okay, so the purple doesn't have to go up. The red could come down. Yeah, mustard has to get out somewhere. Mustard's going to get out through this cell. Got it. Okay, so mustard needs to get out somehow. Okay, yeah, I now don't understand what's happening here just yet. Mustard to the left. Oh, because this side's taken. That's the point. That's the point. I just didn't mark it. But when I used this side, I marked it last time, but then I confused myself. When I used this side, I finished the 1. And so now mustard can only go left. Mustard can only go down. And so now mustard has to make complicated life choices about whether it wants to go over or not. Oh, it doesn't have any complicated life choices because it can't use another side on the 1. So mustard now has to go and consume red. Now mustard has to come down because mustard can't hook up with mustard as much as mustard would like that. Now mustard... excellent. Mustard connects and purple wins at the last minute. Excellent. Okay. So that too goes like that. And then we finish the puzzle. Nice puzzle. I just failed to properly account for the 1 pencil marking. Nicely done, and I'm glad that purple succeeded. Okay, I lied and said I was going to do Wyrm's next time, but since Wyrm is here right now, I'm going to pull up Wyrm's puzzle real quick and finish that, because I'm told it will be quite quick. And then we'll be done. But I'm going to do one more puzzle real quick. Okay, for whatever reason, my browser plugin is not loving this. So give me just a second. I'm going to try and sort this out. But my beautiful browser plugin wants it to look like this, which is not going to be great. Actually, I can probably just do it in the Penpa template and then figure out for next time why it's not working. Okay, we're going to just do it like this and just call that good enough. We're going to be on the other side. I don't know why every puzzle loaded correctly today until this one, and then the centering app didn't work, but we'll figure it out. All right, so what are the rules of Wyrm's puzzle? Wyrm's puzzles are normal Sudoku rules, so we have to put the digits 1 through 4 in every row, column, and box. And digits have an equal sum within each box that the line passes through. Perfect. Okay, so this box sums to 10. So in fact, actually, this is an arrow. It's always important to identify the arrows. So this is a 3 or a 4. And I see actually these two cells are the same, so I should probably start coloring. Wait, now my YouTube chat is hiding? Oh, no. The tech world is falling apart all of a sudden. I do not understand why everything has stopped working. Sorry about this. Bet cell. Row 1, column 1. Or actually, yeah, row 6, column 9. Row 6, column 9 sounds good. So I suddenly can't see chat. Everything's falling apart. Anyway, that's yellow. So that's yellow. And yellow is 3 or 4, but it's not that 3 or 4. So I'm going to make that 3 or 4 blue. That 3 or 4 needs to go there. So these are all 3, 4. So now let's see. Blue could appear on this line, though, so I'm not quite sure about that. But these are a 1-2 pair. So these only sum to 3, so these have to be a 1-2 pair, which means blue is here. Which means it's a 3 or a 4. Which means blue is here. Okay, and so I probably need to color the 1-2s real quick before we can finish this. Those are a 1-2, that's a 1-2. Okay, so this is going to be the green 1-2. The green 1-2 has to go there. So it has to go there. So it has to go there. This is going to be the purple 1-2 for Wyrm. That's the purple 1-2. That's the purple 1-2. That's the purple 1-2. Okay. And now we have achieved a fully colored grid, which is obviously the goal. And so now what you can notice is that the yellow 3-4 is equal to the blue 3-4 plus something. So the blue 3-4 has to be the little one, and the yellow one has to be the big one. And now you can solve for x, because 4 is equal to what plus 3? And the answer is 1. And so then purple, by process of elimination, is 2. And we successfully finish the puzzle, right as my computer breaks in every conceivable way. So we will finish up there, and then we'll go hunting through my computer before next stream, trying to figure out what on earth went wrong. But that was a lovely stream. Thank you for all the puzzles, everyone. We have, I think, 3 or 4 left, so we won't be doing them on Wednesday. On Wednesday, we're doing Caterpillar. But we will get to the remaining 5-list puzzles. So if I've not gotten to your 5-list puzzle yet, fear not. We will get there. And in 15 minutes, you can watch Ranks solve Wordle puzzles. But not actual Wordle. Actual Wordle is copyrighted and must be solved in Ranks daily videos. But he does have daily videos of him solving the Wordle. So if you want the premium Ranks content, you can get that on YouTube right now. But if not, you can watch him solve the off-brand Wordle just shortly. Thank you, everyone, for subscribing. Thank you, everyone, for the puzzles. Thank you especially to all of the patrons. If you're not subscribed yet and you would like to be, please do. It makes a big difference. And if you would like to support the stream more, you can go to the Patreon at patreon.com/zetamath, and you can support us there. But so long for now. Enjoy the outro music. And we'll be back on Wednesday.